Is there?
In my neighborhood. Yeah. Is this for anybody special here? This is just for staff.
Okay.
I have to leave, so I'm sorry.
Mr. Lyon.
Okay. You good?
Yeah. Yeah, good.
Morning.
Marcia. I saw that. Well, yeah. I know. I got like. I got other people, but yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, I drove that.
I got too. So
I drove that the other day and saw that. Yeah, I have to get on the road after.
So you.
Hello.
I'm down.
Chicago.
My brother goes to Chicago a lot. Takes the train.
Okay.
He goes to Chicago. Into the city. There's so much faster, you won't stop until you know it's on the train. Now you take it out. Right here.
Well, I know they have a station. A lot of the bars there. That is. This.
Yeah, they take it to the city, track rolling stops until you. I get some mess. I don't know.
That's train boarding or something. Yeah. It's both ways of life.
No, it's. No, it's. And it's not seeing any of it to accommodate 3 hours to be by a set.
I'd be about 20 years at. All of
It's a picture.
Watch station back.
It's used to be all.
This is bad. Hey, come on, still, I'm gonna make a appreciation of you. Right.
Although I need.
Yeah.
Everything is started, please. And I checked the Zoom, the YouTube thing. It looks good also.
Okay.
Actually, this should be the YouTube. That's what they see. Similar.
There's something like, why. But I was trying to get my head in mind. Losing to this, but lots of them in summer, but spend a lot, he's not breaking, low breaking, spend cash. Shoot with text. Second.
That's. Yes.
Right now.
John. Even if you had more. Commissioner shot. Yes, it shouldn't be, it was, you know.
Yes.
What the commission want to put things here, great. Thank you. Well, she comes to us. All right, the one.
Straight against the back wall there.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, you're fine.
Right.
I don't know if this is one of this fine. Oh, it's a beautiful day.
Tomorrow, right. So it's like.
Hope this meeting short. Hi, morning, morning. I don't know, this is my first one. Sitting is on. Oh, good. I can't wait. So excited.
Oh, okay.
Good, yeah. Concord Township is a big town. I say to get from the system.
Yeah.
Morning. But I have this one.
That's never good. The third line.
Yes. Yeah, right. Right. There's no. That's not changing. I was yeah, yeah. Right. Right, right. Then that's. Right.
Yeah, you know, well, I got. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that please with the pastor? Not really you.
Go back to YouTube.
Yes. Really hard. Don't be scared.
Shows YouTube is not. No, I was calling you guys. You're good seven. You might just be. I had it. That's a good evening. Yeah, again. That's good, great.
No, but I mean, just.
Check. 1, 2, 3.
Sandy Rose thing.
No.
The outside looking in and then.
This- Hi.
This is probably past it.
Get up.
Okay.
Okay. Next, first. Well.
Oh, yeah.
you. Although I need a director.
Yeah. Here. Great. That was-
And good morning, everybody.
Morning.
What a space. Certainly got room for us. Hello. All right, Grace. No, right? Yes. Good morning. Today is Friday, June 13th, 2025. The time is 9:03, and I will call this meeting to order. Let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Members will raise their hand to move, second, or speak to a motion. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for the presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's Rules of Order, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. And now I want to say, first of all, thank you for making the trek for those of you that aren't from Lorain County to Lorain County this morning. We wanted to begin a tradition of taking some of our summer meetings out on the road and get to see what's happening in our other counties. And I want to say thank you. First, I'm looking over to Commissioner Riddell. He helped kind of organize this, and to the staff team, thank you for putting this together. Important for us to see the region because we represent the region in all 5 counties. And so I'm glad that we've made the move to Lorain Community College this morning. What a beautiful space this is. Let's give the team here at LCC a round of applause. Wow. And we have 2 guests who are going to welcome us, and that is Representative Gail Manning from the District 52, Speaker Pro Tem in the Ohio House of Representatives. We're in her territory, so we saw Representative Manning here, and she's going to take the mic and say hello. And after her, Dr. Marcia Ballinger, who's president here at LCCC. So, Rep. Manning.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you, and welcome to Lorain County, and especially to LCC, which is one of the best gems that we have, not only in Lorain County, but in Ohio. They are also known nationally as one of the best community colleges. And I'm sure when you're here, you think to yourself, this has got to be a 4-year college. So happy that you finally decided to take this on the road. I have been wanting to attend a meeting for many years. And unfortunately, sometimes driving downtown and putting in the time doesn't allow, I've been pretty busy lately. And so happy I was only a 10-minute drive away. I am the Speaker Pro Tem for the House. I also serve on Finance Committee. I am on K-12 education, workforce and higher ed, and also general government. So that keeps me pretty busy. But what I've been mostly doing the last 2 months is working on the budget. The budget is due at the end of June. So as you can imagine, we're in the last couple of weeks. The Senate just voted on their version. Naturally, the House voted not to concur. And so starting next week, the groups will get together and battle it out. And hopefully we will vote it out the following week. Otherwise, it'll be June 30th. So that has been one of the most important things to me right now and taking a lot of my time. So I will not be able to stay for the whole meeting. I've been on the phone nonstop. I talked to a lot of the members to find out what's important to them. I will be in Columbus all day tomorrow with leadership, where we will be talking about what's important, what their priorities are, and also what their concerns are. But to me, most of the most important phone calls that I make or people that I talk to are people in Lorain County. And I have a great relationship with our county commissioners, with our local municipalities. I talk to the mayors a lot and, city council people occasionally. All the superintendents, I meet with them on a regular basis. And also LCC. I work a lot with President Ballinger and her team. And those are the decisions when I make. Those are the people that I listen to. Those are the people I trust. And what we're working on here is so important to me because it's workforce. We have the workforce here. We have the training going on right here at LCC. And we also work on making sure that we bring more workforce here and whatever we can do to bring families here and find them the good paying jobs. So I so enjoy working with people in the county along that line. So thank you so much for having me today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rep. And we appreciate you. I think you understated how busy you've been with the budget. So thanks again for your remarks. And President Ballinger, thank you for having us in your house.
Welcome to Lorain County Community College. We're just delighted to open our home to you today. And thank you, Representative Manning, for all of your wonderful support of Lorain County Community College, Lorain County, and higher education overall. It's just such a pleasure to host you here this morning. I want to express my gratitude to Commissioner Riddell for asking us to host this morning. Commissioner Riddell had served on our district board of trustees for 12 years. And so we're grateful for all of the support that you continue to bring to LCCC. So thank you so much. And I would be remiss if I did not thank NOACA and Grace Gallucci for the wonderful installation of our EV stations. So I'm hopeful as you drive along Abbey Road, you can see them. We have them in a very prominent location in our north parking lot. So thank you for your partnership with regard to that. I wanted to share just a few highlights this morning before you start your meeting to provide a perspective in terms of how Lorain County Community College is working to advance Ohio's economic opportunities. And most important for today's conversation, for Northeast Ohio's economic development opportunities, and then of course here in Lorain County. As Governor Mike DeWine is very fond of saying, this is Ohio's time. And as he alludes to the wonderful opportunities, and we look at what are the characteristics of what makes this Ohio's time, we look at the Site Selectors magazine and the Site Selectors criteria for all of America. And Ohio is prominently positioned as one of the 10 top states for doing business in terms of workforce training. And I know that's at the heart also of Representative Manning's priorities. Ohio is ranked in the top 10 in the nation for workforce training programs. That is core and fundamental to our mission at Lorain County Community College. And then one of the other categories is water availability. And I'm sure it's no surprise to all of you that Ohio is #1 in the nation from a site selector's perspective with regard to water availability. You know, Lorain County has always had such a strong industrial base and agricultural base. We are right now on the precipice of expansion, just right down the road, a couple miles away from here, for Ford's $1.5 billion investment in the Avon Lake Assembly Plant for commercial electric vehicles. And those are clear signals, I believe, in terms of how our region for Northeast Ohio is really advancing forward. Bringing it a little closer to where you're at today, Lorain County checks all the boxes to expand and attract high growth industries and good jobs. We're near Cleveland. It's a growing population, the skilled manufacturing base, and the list goes on. So as we look at that, we have at Lorain County Community College dug a little deeper into the data for Northeast Ohio. We partner with Team NEO, and we've taken the Team NEO research and data, and we asked them to do an even deeper dive into Lorain County. And you have that material in front of you today, and I'd encourage you to take that with you. Team NEO is focused on what they call bending the curve. And in terms of bending the curve, we look at it with regard to GDP, employment, population, and manufacturing. And while this material is at your settings, I just want to highlight a few of those. From a GDP perspective, Lorain County is projected to outpace Ohio and rival the United States in terms of growth in GDP. In terms of employment, Lorain County is projected to significantly outpace both Ohio and the U.S. in employment growth, primarily in healthcare, manufacturing, and the high demand jobs of Northeast Ohio. Population, we're expected to outpace Ohio and the U.S. in population growth, and important to this is working age population. And then finally, from a manufacturing perspective, and primarily I'm talking about advanced manufacturing, we're projected to see strong growth in Lorain County and manufacturing GDP also outpacing the state of Ohio. A couple of the key takeaways. The talented and diverse workforce will be key for driving a faster adoption of innovation and industry growth projected for Lorain County by 2030. So we are key to the region's growth. We are key to the growth of the state of Ohio. So I want to share just a little bit more now about Lorain County specifically, because as Representative Manning has indicated, we have been at the heart of innovation here in Lorain County, Northeast Ohio. But when we look at our history going back to 1963, when Lorain County Community College was created as Ohio's first community college with a permanent campus, we were proud when the state installed a bicentennial marker for us, indicating our history as Ohio's first community college, and that's located in front of our college center. But we have a lot of other firsts here. And I highlight this because I believe this is the DNA of Lorain County Community College. It's always been about innovation. It's always been about our middle name community. We were created by the people for this community. So while we're the first community college with a permanent campus in the state, we're also the first community college that was given the authorization. And I'm so thrilled that Representative Manning is here because she was key to driving the legislation that provided community colleges with the authorization to deliver our own applied bachelor's degree programs in areas that employers needed it most, that was not being provided for by universities. We were the first to be able to then receive that authorization, and that's for our applied bachelor's degree in microelectromechanical systems, which is MEMS. Those are sensors, those are chips. And if anyone would ever like to come back for a tour, I would love to host you. We're just right across the parking lot in our Smart Center, which is home to our MEMS program. This is the program that prepares technician level as well as engineer level positions, individuals to be successful in industries cutting across advanced manufacturing. And we have 100% placement in the program, and students graduate from the program debt-free because it is a learn and earn model where students are paired with employers getting paid at the same time that they are being educated in the program. Another first for us is our university partnership program. We have 13 universities that deliver 100 bachelor's and master's degree programs here that began in the late 90s. We also have a fab lab that is teaching innovation from children all the way through senior citizens. And we have our Advanced Technology Center, which again is key to bringing workforce development and advanced technology center programs here. In terms of the college overall, annually we serve over 11,000 students, so we are a mid-sized community college. We have been recognized nationally. Just 2 years ago, the Harvard Project on the Future of Work highlighted us as one of the 5 exemplar community colleges with regard to having the types of educational programs and services that are really driving economic development. And we're proud of the fact that 90% of our students stay right here in Northeast Ohio, contributing to our economy. And our tuition continues to remain one of the lowest in the state of Ohio. We're a very vision-driven organization. In fact, in just 2 weeks, our Board of Trustees is poised to recognize our new strategic plan because we have just completed the current plan, which went into effect in 2019. With an outcome of graduating 10,000 more individuals between 2019 and 2025. We exceeded that goal. We exceeded it 1 year early as we graduated close to 11,000 individuals. And so our new strategic plan is really focused on thriving by 2035. In terms of our graduates, last month when we hosted our ceremony, we had 3,158 degrees and certificates awarded, which was the largest amount in the history, in the 60-plus year history of Lorain County Community College. And we're so proud of the fact that most of our students are first generation. They're the first in their families to go to college. And because they continue to stay here in Northeast Ohio, they continue to contribute to the economy and to the workforce overall. As we think about our new goals, we are focused on what we call unlocking opportunities. And our bold goal is that by 2035, 50% of individuals in every Lorain County community will attain a degree or a credential of value and have a job that has a family sustaining wage when those individuals are age 35. We're going to do that through 2 primary strategies. One is dual enrollment. Dual enrollment is the opportunity that our students have. Again, thank you, Representative Manning. It's a constant theme here. She has been at the forefront of driving legislation that benefits our students and our communities. But dual enrollment is by far, I think, the greatest transformational opportunity that provides students in high school with the ability to earn college credit and high school credit at the same time, and they're able to do that free of charge. We lead the state in our participation in dual enrollment. 49% of all Lorain County students graduate having at least 22 credit hours with us by the time that they graduate. That's double the state average. That's double the national average. A factor that will continue to ensure the advancement of our region is that when dual enrollment students take just 1 class in high school, they are twice as likely to graduate with a college degree than a student who never took a high school college credit class. So we know that that is definitely key to the future success of individuals and our region's economy. So as I said, as we go forward in the next couple weeks, our Board of Trustees will be adopting our new strategic plan where we have an even bolder goal. There are several members of the NOACA board who've been a part of the strategic planning process, so I'm very appreciative for your support with regard to that. our strategic plan is aligned with the county's strategic plan. And I think that's an important aspect as we think about how all of this works together toward achieving that greater goal. So again, I'd like to thank you, Commissioner Riddell, for ensuring that Lorain County has a strategic direction that is focused on 6 pillars of a strategic action plan. And when we were in the development phase with our listening and learning and our vision network, this was a key piece of how we are aligning to what our county's goals are and to what the region's goals are as well. So with that, I'll close. And again, thank you for being here this morning. And most importantly, thank you for all of the contributions that you make to ensure that we are collectively advancing the vision and goals of Northeast Ohio.
Thank you, President Ballinger. Anybody have a question for Dr. Ballinger? We good? Well, thank you for hosting us today in this fabulous facility, and compliments to you and Lorain County on your organization, your plans. So
Thank you.
good luck.
Thank you so
again.
much.
All right. That was terrific. Thank you to both President Ballinger and Representative Manning. We'll now start the body of our meeting, and we will ask for a motion on our minutes. Do we go all the way back to March 14th of our last meeting?
Yes.
Wow, it's been a minute. All right. Well, any corrections or additions to the minutes from anyone? All right. Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion approved.
All right. Motion by Mayor. Thank you. Mayor Brennan. Second.
Second.
Second. Thank you, Director Serby. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion is approved. Committee updates. First Executive Committee, I'll just present on that. We had a robust set of meetings with the Executive Committee. I want to say particular thanks to, I think both our co-chairs are here today, Matt Caselli, Kyle Dreyfus Wells, and I think India Birdsong's also been very helpful with the HR subcommittee, but really appreciate you guys helping bring that together. We have, I think the HR director process is moving along well, so we'll have a director of human resources at the organization soon. But I want to thank Matt and Kyle for your leadership on the subcommittee. It's been really helpful working with Grace on the goals and objectives, and we've got that coming to you at the next meeting report. As far as other things go, we are moving along with an annual meeting this fall that's really exciting, taking note of Ohio's #1 position as water access and availability, which really is important to company growth here in Ohio. We are going to have a water-themed annual meeting with some exciting speakers, which I'll tell you about more later, but that's coming up this fall for our annual meeting. Other than that, business, we just continue to work with the other committees on their business. And so with that, I'm going to segue to our other committees. And if we have chairs here, we'll ask for a report. External Affairs Chair, Councilwoman Stephanie House-Jones.
Yeah, our committee met, and the biggest thing, I know we have an event coming up, and I should have the date, and I should have been prepared, but I will give that to you. But when is the date of our external affairs event? I feel like it's in 2 weeks. Staff, anybody let me know? It is the 26th. Yes. So see, I did remember something, but yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman House-Jones. Finance and Audit, Mayor Bradley, if he's here. And if not, Commissioner Plessing. Well, let's have a staff report. Yes.
Good morning. I also would like to thank Lorain Community College and Commissioner Riddell for the facility. And this facility actually is not new to NOACA. We have sponsored many open houses here, public meetings. And when we were working on Vibrant Neo, this was also a facility to reach out to Lorain County residents. So thank you for hosting us. In terms of my executive director's report, and I'll try to keep this short, communications and outreach, there's been a lot of NOACA in the news. I've got some samples up on the screen, but in your packet is a list of all of the news items and links to them should you want to read them. Most important, I think, or most noteworthy is the transportation budget that was signed. And relative to us, it repealed the Strongsville Brunswick interchange mandate. Very important. We advocated very hard for that piece of legislation. Other news in communications and outreach, we did put up billboards. We had 2 advertisers, 14 locations. This was between April 3rd and it will end on Sunday, and reached almost 1 million people. Most of the billboards were around safety. That was one of our initiatives. And of course, we have other activities that we will be using billboards and or other social media for. The long-range plan, which is due to be adopted today, we had the public comment period, April 21st to June 1st on the actual plan. We had 9 comments for that plan. We had 5 regional open houses, and at those regional open houses, we did have surveys available for people to give us some input. We had about 1,000 plus survey responses and 287 comments in general on the long-range plan and the long-range plan process. Relative to legislative and funding issues, as I mentioned, the Ohio Biennial Transportation Budget that was enacted on March 31st was successful in many ways. For us, we did have our priorities in addition to the Boston Road I-71 interchange requirement being repealed and replaced with the NOACA-ODOT study. We had some priorities achieved relative to safety programs and funding, and transit funding remained level. Although we had asked for more funding, we're very thankful that the funding has been at least retained. Other provisions, e-check somewhat weakened. This was very important to NOACA regarding air quality. Because of the establishment of an alternative certification process, it is simply just not as airtight, no pun intended, for being able to ensure that the automobiles meet the standards. Funding and support for passenger rail was not included in that legislation either, which was important to us. Relative to the Ohio Biennial Operating Budget, it is currently pending a June 30th deadline. The House and Senate bills are headed to conference committee, which I understand is starting maybe tomorrow. The funding and authority for Ohio to rejoin the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Compact is one of the priorities we have articulated, along with retaining passenger rail seat on the Ohio Rail Development Commission. This is important. The Ohio Rail Development Commission has not utilized its seat for passenger rail in some time, but now they're looking at taking that seat away and replacing it with another seat that does not have to be a person who is in Ohio, which is very critical to us because more likely than not, it would be an out-of-state freight carrier. And we would like to make sure that the ORDC does have passenger rail represented on it. And the Brownfields program, we advocated for increased funding and merit-based awards. Also, the IIJA, which is the federal legislation that funds transportation and includes funding for NOACA as well as the state DOTs. That is set to expire in September of 2026. So as you can imagine, there are already discussions and information collection happening at the federal level, and we are contributing to that. We did submit our priorities based on our legislative agenda to congressional committee leaders and the local delegation. We are specifically focusing on expanding the role of MPOs, stabilize highway trust fund, prioritize asset management over expansion, incorporate safety, sustainability, and multimodalism, support for passenger rail, increase planning funds, and reduce local match requirements. I specifically want to call your attention to stabilizing the Highway Trust Fund. The Highway Trust Fund is currently at 18.4 cents per gallon of gas that goes into the Highway Trust Fund. 3 cents of those are reserved for public transit. This has not been increased since 1994. So we're talking over 30 years with no increase at all. So there does need to be something done because currently the Highway Trust Fund does not have enough funding to even maintain its existing status quo funding requirements. It takes money now from the general fund. So federal budget reconciliation process is ongoing at the federal level, and NOACA conducted outreach to congressional delegation opposing the elimination of tax exempt status for municipal bonds. I believe we talked about this at the last meeting, and at this time, the proposal appears to be off the table. Of course, it could resurface, but for now, we'll call it a small victory. The overall work program. Lots of activity between the last board meeting in March and today. Engagements and meetings, we've had a number of them. Many I've carried out myself, oftentimes with staff and sometimes staff on their own. I want to draw your attention to a couple of things. The Amtrak Midwest Government Affairs Director is new, and so we met with him on March 25th. Also, staff presented at the National Planning Conference, the APA, American Planning Association in Denver. So we were really pleased to have their proposal accepted. We have the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad. A couple of events there, including presenting at the Ohio APA workshop. I attended the Commotion Miami conference, and I probably should have said co-motion as opposed to commotion, but co-motion Miami conference. I think it is a clever title. We attended the staff attended the Ohio Brownfield Conference. We presented at the Ohio Stormwater Conference and hosted Access Ohio stakeholders meeting at Tri-C. The National Association of Regional Councils Conference just took place in Seattle. I attended that this week and was reelected to the National Executive Committee. Also, Cuyahoga County Planning Commission TOD Summit, we attended that this week as well. I want to draw your attention to the event on June 26th that Councilwoman House was referencing, Transportation for All Mobility Options in Northeast Ohio. This is our External Affairs Forum. We hope that you register and join us and pass the word along. Some great news on the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund. We have been awarded another $750,000 in supplemental funding just a few weeks ago. That brings us close to $3 million in the total US EPA funding for the fund. And Lazy Avenue, East 93rd Street site in Cleveland will be our first cleanup activity funded by the RLF. We do have some items on the agenda today related to brownfields that will take Middleburg Heights off of the agenda and now putting Lazy Avenue up there first. The Ohio Commute Program is moving forward with a new app. So it is now available on iPhone and Android. So you don't have to wait till you get back to a place that is prepared with a computer. You can do it on the move now, which makes recording much easier, much more accurate. Community safety reports, this document right here. How many of you received that this week? Good. Glad to know that the mail is working. We spent quite a bit of time and effort on preparing 76 reports. The reports include the ranking of estimated crash frequencies for over 900 unique arterial roadway segments, over 500 major intersections of arterials. We conducted cost-benefit analyses, and we hope that these reports will be useful to your cities. They are also online, and so in addition to the hard copy that we provided you, they are online and you can see all of them there. I do want to recognize Kessa Turnbull. Kessa Turnbull is NOACA staff. She is our safety planner, planner one, who initiated the staff work on all of the safety reports and worked very, very hard. And we're very thankful for her passion for the safety program. EV charging station program. We currently are still working on completing phase one. Phase one is funded through the CMAQ program. 88% of the chargers have been installed and 30 sites will be completed by the end of this month. We do have 6 of them that have not been started and working with those communities to get them completed by August 1st, and 4 have been canceled. We are currently working at reassigning those canceled ones. We already talked about the I-71 corridor study to let you know that we did have the official kickoff meeting in April after the technical scope meeting was held a few months earlier. And the stakeholder advisory group has been established and we have a meeting scheduled in a couple of weeks. And currently the consultant is focused on existing conditions report and the development of a public engagement plan. The City of Lorain TLCI, this is a TLCI that we are doing in-house for East 28th Street, Complete Streets Corridor Study. The first phase is wrapping up and the first public meeting was held June 18th. Also completed the existing conditions component of that plan. May, we conducted bicycle and pedestrian counts. We had 52 volunteers and 57 locations. We expect the results by the end of June. We hope that you were able to access the meeting minutes, which we put out there 2 weeks prior to today's board meeting. So we had it out a week before the packet went out. And hopefully by the time you were able to get into the packet, you had a chance, if needed, to reflect on the minutes from prior meetings, or even in some cases, look at them for the first time because you're not on that committee, and hope that this has proved helpful. This is the schedule for the meeting minutes for the next meeting. And then a few announcements. First, we have the Walter F. Ernfelt Jr. Award for Outstanding Regional Contribution. The nominations process is open. Nominations are due by August 15th, and we encourage you to nominate a regional leader who demonstrates outstanding leadership skill, exhibits and exemplifies collaborative and cooperative qualities. For more details, take a look at our website. And that award is given at the annual meeting. Speaking of the annual meeting, as our president, Chris Ornane, had announced earlier, the topic will be Northeast Ohio's maritime transportation system. We have a few challenges, but lots more opportunities to talk about, and that's what we're going to focus on. That will be October 3rd at the Huntington Convention Center of Cleveland, starting at noon. And we do have some great speakers lined up, including the president of Great Lakes Cruises. It's very exciting. It's going to be a great panel. Next Board of Directors meeting is September 12th in Lake County. So it is another on the road board meeting, and we are currently working on solidifying a location, and we'll get that out to you shortly. Thank you very much.
Terrific. Thanks, Grace. And to Commissioner Beveridge, thanks for helping us with the location in the future in Lake County. Looking forward to that. We jumped a bit. I want to come back real quick to committees. That was a great report. But on the committee front, I do have chairs here today. Michael Brenning from Planning and Programming. Anything to report?
Sure. Yeah, just Michael Dever subbed for me because I was unavailable, but just very briefly, there are 7 items the committee considered. They're all on the agenda today. We recommend approval on all of them. Our next meeting is July 11th. Thank you.
All right. Everybody wave to John Gall up there. Hello, John. No, I know you're trying to catch us. Think I'm kidding you. All right. Go about. How about Mary Serby with the Policy Committee?
Nothing to report. Something, we've got the minutes in the packet. There was one item that was referred to Executive Committee for conversation regarding Equity Subcommittee. Otherwise, information's in the packet.
Okay, so, and you can refer
Microphone.
to the packet for greater detail.
Sorry.
And,
Chair.
please, question. Yes, please, Skip.
I'm on the policy committee. I'd like
Yes,
to make a comment.
please.
I don't know. Is this live? Okay, good.
We're good.
Thanks. Sorry, I apologize. But in the policy committee, I made a motion to adhere to the law. There's a president executive order on DEI, and it appears to me that we're in violation of that executive order. I would like to make that motion today. I was told to bring it to this board, so I'm bringing it to this board. I'd like to make a motion to adhere to the law and follow President Trump's executive order. We have a letter from the Director of Transportation. I could read a paragraph out of it, but basically it says that our funding and all of our programs are at risk if we don't follow that law. And I don't want to put our programs at risk. So I make that motion to this body.
Okay, we have a motion, I think just looking to council, need a second, right?
Yeah, we would need a second and
All right.
take to vote.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have John Marr as a second. Discussion. And I'm going to look to council and director for some context here. And I see Mayor Blackwell also. Let's make a comment.
So,
Mayor, can we give context and then come to you?
so thank you very much, Mr. Claypool. We did listen to the directive that you, or the motion that you put at the table at the policy committee. We had legal counsel look at those directives in the executive order and prepare a guideline for us. We presented that to the executive committee last month, and we are currently in the process of evaluating all of our programs to be in compliance with the DEI initiatives that are stated in the executive order. So we are working to that end. And we will bring back the recommendations to the August Executive Committee meeting. And if there are any requirements that need to be approved at the board level, that would be at the September board meeting.
So good. A yes vote then to reinforce the efforts you're already doing.
Let me go just to council for a little more context.
I think what Director Galucci just put forward is accurate. What's underway right now is a review of the policies and committees and other documents that are in place for compliance with President Trump's executive order. There'll be a recommendation to the executive committee and action to follow.
Again, I restate, my motion was to follow the law. It sounds like we're going to do that. So an affirmative action, affirmative yes, would just underline that we're going to follow the law.
And I want to go to, oh, sorry, council, go ahead.
No, compliance with the law is #1 priority.
Mayor Blackwell.
I only want to comment, this was brought up in the policy committee as chair of the equity committee, not to rehash how we got here, but it's been a big part of our work to be very intentional and letting that be having an equity lens in all the work that we do. We certainly know the history of planning in communities of color and low to moderate incomes. When highways come through, it's disrupted families, it's closed small businesses and created economic hardship and the wealth gap that many of the communities that we live in or serve are certainly facing. So I'm very enthusiastic and I'm very encouraged to hear from you, Director Galucci, that there is work going to be done to make sure that we're in compliance so this conversation doesn't continue to erupt in this place. Sending the message that we're not committed and intentional to really being an organization that really moves forward in its planning and its execution equity for all of the communities that are certainly sitting here. I speak personally, professionally and personally as the mayor of a city that has been affected by policies that have not, where equity was not a part of their planning. So I'm very enthusiastic. I'm optimistic that if this committee does go away and the work that we've done somehow envelops themselves in the way that we have worked before. Prior to the committee, this formation of the Equity Committee, I was on this board and we have done that. We certainly, after George Floyd and some other high profile issues involving race and just policies that were just not helpful to those underserved communities, that it will continue. So I'm looking forward to it, but I stand here as the chair of that committee, champion for this work to continue in all that we do, under a committee or not, but just in the way that we do business. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Blackwell. Director Serby.
Yes, just to follow up on Director's points on the conversations that happened at the committee. So we had a vote to proceed much like today. That vote failed and it was referred to the executive committee just because it's in the charter that there is an equity subcommittee. And so that would be something beyond just the motion, that we'd have to look at revising the charter to take out the equity subcommittee. So as my understanding was, it was referred to executive committee. It's being discussed. It's going through the proper channels to then come back. So
Mr. Chair, that's not quite an accurate representation. The motion was made in policy and it was tabled. There was no discussion of where to take it. Now, I went to the executive committee and I'm fine with that. But my objective, and as the board's objective should be, is to follow the law. And if we're out of compliance with the law, and we have a representative from ODOT here, and then ODOT has the authority to decertify us and to defund us. And I don't want to see us go in that direction. So we should follow the law. It sounds like we are, and which is a good thing. Again, an affirmative vote, yes, by this board affirms that this board wants to follow the law.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, Mayor.
there's no indication we are in violation at this time. Is that correct?
I'm going to refer to Director and Counsel on that.
No indication that we're out of
And
compliance with the law.
we are looking into this. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Also correct.
I believe, and this is only my opinion, that we don't need an affirmative vote to do the right thing. I think we all took that affirmative vote this morning when we pledge allegiance to the flag and to this country. I don't need to do it on and on again to follow the law. So I don't think this is necessary to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, motion to table.
A motion to table, and I want to follow Robert's rules. I'll ask for a second. I've got a second. Who, the Mayor DeGeeter was the motion, and the second is from Councilman Casey. Discussion now on the motion to table, and I will come back to the motion. Please.
So discussion. So here's the paragraph out of the letter from the Department of Transportation. Whether or not described in neutral terms, any policy, program, or activity that is premised on prohibited classifications, including discriminatory practices or policies designed to achieve so-called diversity, equity, we have an equity committee, inclusion, or DEI goals presumptively violates federal law. Recipients of DOT financial assistance must ensure that the policy practices, including hiring, promotion, terminations within their organization, are merit-based and do not discriminate based on prohibited categories. Recipients also are to preclude from allocating any money received under DOT awards, such as through contracts or provisions or benefits based on suspect classifications. Any discriminatory actions in your policies, programs, or activities based on prohibited categories constitute a clear violation of federal law and the terms you grant agreements. We have an equity committee. The equity committee is in direct violation of this letter and the executive order by President Trump. So I'm not sure how we can say we're not in violation when it appears, all appearances, we are.
Thank you, Mr. Claypool. Any other comments? Please.
Point of order. I
Commissioner.
don't believe there is to be a discussion when a motion is
On the
put
on the
to
table. Fair enough.
And that is in violation
fair
by
enough.
having a discussion.
Fair enough. I was trying to get all voices out, but that is correct. I'm looking at council and yeah, thank you, Mayor. So we have a motion to table, a motion that was made and seconded, and that motion to table this conversation was made by Mayor DeGeeter with a second from Councilman Casey. I think it's process to just call the vote on that. So the motion that you're going to be voting by voice vote on the motion to table as forwarded by Mayor DeGeeter.
Point, I'd ask for a roll call vote.
Okay. I think as a member asked for a roll call vote, we abide by that. And I will look to Brenda for a roll call. And your vote again is on the motion to table. A yes vote would table the motion that was put forth earlier. Let's go.
Mayor Alai,
Yes.
Mayor Antoskivitz,
No.
Commissioner Beveridge,
No.
Mayor Blackwell.
No.
Mayor Boakes.
Wait.
I'm sorry, not.
This is on the motion. Yep.
Okay. So, yes,
I was so annoyed.
Mayor Boakes,
Yes.
Commissioner Brackey,
Yes.
Jeff Brandon,
Yes.
Mayor Brennan,
Yes.
Mayor Brubaker,
Yes.
Ben Capel.
Abstain.
Okay, Mayor Costelli.
Yes.
Can everyone get close to the mic when you answer? Mary Serby,
Yes.
Mayor Corcoran,
Yes.
Mark Cunningham,
Yes.
Mayor DeGeeter,
Yes.
Kyle Dreyfus Wells,
Yes.
Mayor Holzheimer Gail,
Yes.
Councilman Griffin,
Yes.
Commissioner Harrison,
Nope.
Councilwoman House Jones,
Yes.
Councilman Casey,
Yes.
Mayor Kumar,
Yes.
Paul Magavac,
Yes.
Councilman McCormick,
Yes.
Callie Merseman,
Yes.
Matt Moss,
Yes.
Chris Ronayne,
Yes.
Mayor Thomas,
Yes.
Bonnie T.
Yes.
Dale Vander Solman,
Yes. Such great do this.
Yeah.
Bob Piper,
Yes.
Bethany Denton,
No.
Keisha Chambers,
Yes.
Debbie Berry,
Yes.
Andy Hawk,
Yes.
Linda Sternheimer,
Yes.
Joseph Nanny,
Yes.
Thomas Patrick,
No.
Mike Kubik,
Yes.
Mayor Mara,
No.
Andy Rose,
No.
Skip Claypool.
No.
Okay, so I have 8 no votes and on 33 yes votes and 1 abstention. So did you get that? 8 no votes, 1 abstention, 33 yes votes.
Thank you, Brenda. Okay, the motion to table carries. Thank you for the discussion, and I want to say in conversation with the director, upon receipt of the letter that Mr. Claypool referenced, staff has been at work ever since with council on going through program by program, committee by committee on the work. So the due diligence is happening as we speak, and we will be back on the matter in September. But thank you, and we'll move further forward. We were in a, please, on the point.
Yeah, and this was actually what I was going to raise because I thought it was relevant to my vote on the motion to table, but it was cut short. But I think in light of what you just said, so is it fair to expect for this board to expect some sort of a legal opinion on the scope of our activities in light of the executive directive at the September meeting?
I'm going to refer that to council quickly.
Yeah, I think that that's fair to expect, or some guidance, certainly with input from legal.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on the matter? All right, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah. Please.
I just want to assure you that ODOT and as well as NOACA board, we are committed to following the law, and ODOT is still waiting for guidance on how to implement that. So.
Thank you.
I
That's
wanted to assure
important. I
that.
appreciate that.
Right.
Thank you, Michael.
Chris?
Please, Commissioner.
Yes, I'd just like to say that we have a process at NOACA that's often painful on issues. And I think that we ought to let it work. This is a major issue. And while I appreciate the motion that was on the floor, and regardless of our personal opinions on that agenda, I think the process that we're executing, by letting the staff go through it and come up so that we could see the quality of their work. And then we have the ability to get in and manage this, from the bottom up instead of the top down.
Very much appreciate that comment, Commissioner. Thank you. Others? Anybody else?
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Claypool.
Sorry, last word on this. So I'm to expect that we're to be in violation of the law until September. So there's no suspension, there's no setting aside decision process and so on and so forth. The way that I read the law, and I'd love to hear from ODOT, who's going to make the decision for ODOT, because ODOT got the letter and I've talked to their counsel, and I'm very confused by all
No,
this.
Mr. Claypool, you are certainly entitled to your interpretation. I'm going to move on. We will. So, Director Serby, was there anything else on the policy committee?
No, that's it.
Okay, on the governance committee, Jeff Brandon, Commissioner
Yeah,
Brandon.
good morning, everyone. Summary is in your packet on pages 44 and 45.
All right. As for the president's report, I think I've said all I was going to say. Just appreciate the committee work that's ongoing. And I mentioned again the HR subcommittee, and appreciate you. Looking forward to our September meeting in Lake County and also the annual meeting. So now we'll get on with some other matters of the day here. And I want to go back to, we do have a member of the public who is here to make public comment. And if he is still here, we'll call up John Kalis.
Thank you. Happy Friday, the 13th. So I am here today to give my comments on resolution number 2025-024. According to the Board of Directors packet, this resolution was born of numerous requests by Geauga County Commissioners to have their highway engineer added as a NOACA board member. Because a very delicate balance of board membership is required for the structure to remain in Cuyahoga County control, NOACA is suggesting that Geauga County alter their membership composition on the board from 3 county commissioners to 2 county commissioners and the Geauga County Highway Engineer. On its face, this may appear as an action to create uniformity across the board. To me, it is about 2 Geauga County commissioners working with NOACA to snuff out a board member and his alternate, Mr. Walter Claypool, who just so happens to be the most vocal challenger of NOACA's policies. I will take it a step further and note that the move also serves to discourage anyone looking to rise through the political ranks to challenge bad NOACA policy head on. It speaks volumes to me that the most powerful board in the region is fearful of the challenges leveraged by one individual. But I suppose I would be nervous too if my entire premise was built upon a house of cards. I have witnessed and challenged these same fabrications myself over the years. From abysmal levels of community participation to fraudulent surveys to shaping policy around false narratives. The most recent example of the latter being the Canadian wildfires, which are still broadcast as being a product of climate change. While ignoring the numerous mainstream media articles, particularly the New York Times, pinning the cause on bad forestry maintenance, flat-out arson, and reforesting with trees local firefighters refer to as gasoline on a stick. In the year 1974, on the day that he was arrested, Russian author, dissident, and political prisoner Alexander Solzhenitsyn released the text of Live Not by Lies. In it, Solzhenitsyn equates lies with ideology, the illusion that human nature and society can be reshaped to predetermined specification. I am a knowing party to NOACA's desire to reshape society through predetermined solutions, whether it come down from the numerous nonprofits or macro planning agencies like the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy or the American Planners Association. NOACA is more in the market of justifying instead of planning. It is obvious that they will take whatever steps necessary to protect those fragile narratives. So today, I ask the board members in attendance to live not by lies and preserve the one of the few thoughtful, impassioned voices in the region by striking down Resolution 2025-24. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gales. We have any other members of the public that didn't sign in that want to speak? Okay. All right. Well, we will move to board resolutions. First up is Board Resolution 2025-20, establishing NOACA project priorities for 25, and the Track Review Advisory Council. I believe Ed May. Ed. You gonna make the introduction, Grace? Okay, Grace, make a couple of introductions.
Yeah, good morning. The Transportation Review Advisory Council, requests through their annual process that each MPO prioritizes projects for the later evaluation process at the Track Council. 2 applications have been submitted for projects in the NOACA region, requesting $87 million. The priorities have been established based on alignment with NOACA goals and long-range plan, and we are communicating those priorities at regional track project hearings. So this presentation today is to go through the projects that we've received, our evaluation of those projects, and looking for your consideration to approve the priorities that we are recommending. I will note that this is an annual process, and one of the projects, however, that we have been asked to prioritize, we do not have enough information yet to prioritize, and Ed May will go into detail on this. So we will only be recommending one of them to move forward.
All right, thank you. Ed?
Thank you, Director Galucci, Mr. President, members of the Board of Directors. The action being requested here is for this Board of Directors to adopt Resolution 2025-020. What this does is it establishes NOACA's regional priority to projects in the NOACA region applying for track funding. Following the approach that we've been using since 2022, recommended by the Planning and Programming Committee. A little bit of more background on the track program. Projects eligible for the track program funding are those with an estimated cost of $12 million or more that increase or reduce congestion and that are critical to the mobility, economic development, and quality of life of citizens of the state of Ohio. TRAC's project selection criteria reflect the goals of ODOT, which takes into consideration local and regional priorities by partnering with the MPO. The MPO's input is requested as to how an application ranks in its priority project list and if any projects are included on its long-range plan. The MPO is asked to submit priority project lists and supporting information prior to the regional presentations at the track hearings, no later than the release of the draft funding list. So the track is requesting priorities from NOACA, which are due prior to those public hearings. Those are generally scheduled August through October. There are 2 applications. One of them that is a repeat application from GCRTA. This involves reconstructing a light rail track along the blue line and green lines, for which they are requesting additional funding for project construction. And then there's a new application submitted by the city of Brook Park for construction of infrastructure intended to improve system functionality, access, and congestion relief within Brook Park and surrounding areas. The first application is GCRTA's request for funding for their program to reconstruct light rail track. This is a repeat application from previous rounds. RTA is asking for additional funding participation in the project. The project would reconstruct about 10 miles of light rail track, crossings and appurtenances located along the blue lines and green lines, from Kinsman Road through Shaker Square and then to the eastern ends of the blue line and green lines. It'll also include reconstructing turnouts, crossovers, pocket track crossings, and roadway crossings, as well as a rail track between the Shaker Square and the eastern termini of the blue line and the green lines. Also drainage improvements along the green line. The project's total cost is estimated to be $70 million. This would include $2.5 million in detailed design and also $67.5 million for construction. GCRTA is providing $14 million. There is another $35 million identified as non-track sources, and this is primarily the 5307 urban formula funding as well as the 5337 state of good repair funding. So the remaining $16.7 million is being requested from the track. And GCRTA was awarded $4.3 million about in 2021 for that 22 to 25 major new list. So this slide contains an image of the GCRTA light rail replacement program project area that's outlined in the black. It also depicts the rail service lines, those being the red line, the green line, the blue line, and then the waterfront line for your reference. The next application is from the city of Brook Park involving construction of infrastructure to improve system functionality, access, mobility, and freight movement within Brook Park and the surrounding region. Improvements within this I-71 Snow Road interchange area include I-71 northbound exit ramp, improving the geometrics at the I-71 southbound exit ramp, and also an I-71 southbound exit ramp grade separation, which would go over Engle Road and the CSX Railroad, a new Snow Road to Engle Road connector, widening and realignment of Engle Road, widening and improvements to Ring Road, and then a pedestrian bridge over Engle Road. Just give me the project's total cost is estimated to be $82.2 million. This involves $4.8 million for preliminary engineering, $6.5 million for detailed design, about $500,000 for right-of-way, and then $70.3 million is what is being requested from the track. The $11.9 million is from non-track sources for the PE, the detailed design, and the right-of-way. So the city, again, is requesting $70.3 million from the track. Here's an image that was included that's provided. This slide contains the image of the transportation infrastructure buildable units, as they are referred to, in the legend in the lower left. So you can see the various components of this project. So in previous years, we brought priorities to this board based on alignment with the NOACA goals and its long-range plan. And those goals, of course, are to strengthen regional cohesion, preserve existing infrastructure, build a sustainable multimodal transportation system that supports economic development and enhances quality of life. Now, this matrix is about regional benefit factors and how these projects support those goals. We acknowledge that the RTA project supports each one of the goals, as has been the case in the previous years, to some degree and at some level. We assigned a high, medium, or low value for each goal for each project. So with respect to the light rail reconstruction project, this project does hit all 5 goal areas. And for example, it's a regional project in nature that impacts many communities in and around the Cleveland area and on the east side. It preserves and modernizes our rail assets. It's priority corridor on our region's multimodal system. And it does provide regional workforce job hub connectivity to downtown and to University Circle, as well as providing folks access to regional destinations in and around downtown. Regarding the Brook Park infrastructure projects, this is a new project or projects. It's not currently in our long-range plan, nor has it been through our project planning review process. NOACA really doesn't have a sufficient enough information to evaluate and rank this project. We acknowledge that the application has been submitted to TRAC, but it would be somewhat premature to make an informed recommendation for funding prioritization at this time. We do look forward to having the opportunity to fully assess this project at a future date to determine how the project aligns with our NOACA goals. So this is our assessment of how the projects contribute to and align with our regional goals. This next slide is the projects in priority. This will be offered at the TRAC hearings as the Board of Directors project priorities for the 2025 funding. As Director Galucci indicated, we did not really rank this project, but we do want to recognize that it has been submitted. So the TRAC schedule, excuse me, pardon me. Oh, I'm sorry. We do want to submit this to the TRAC. I'm sorry. So our next steps would be board approved priorities would be communicated to the TRAC and presented to the Northeast Ohio Regional TRAC hearings. So with that, I would request approval of Resolution 2025-020, which establishes NOACA's project priorities for 2025 Transportation Advisory Council funding.
Okay, thanks, Ed, and thanks, Grace. Can I have a motion?
A question.
We need a motion.
I have a question.
Just, we're going to come right back to that. We just need a motion. Okay. Okay, Director Tuin. Connie, thank you. And a second by Chief Barry. And now discussion. Question, Councilwoman House Jones.
Just a question. Is it usual practice to put forth something that it hasn't gone through our long range plan process?
No, we typically want to ensure that a project that we are supporting and particularly providing a prioritization ranking has gone through our processes. One of the reasons is to ensure that it has that regional support and particularly having gone to public hearings and public outreach, but also to ensure that we are communicating properly to TRAC on what we think the priorities are. And without the information that comes through those processes, we just don't have that available.
And then so just a follow-up question. So why do we have both of these together? Why would, why is this one where you have two projects together in one motion versus two separate different resolutions?
Yeah, so normally when we are asked to prioritize projects for the TRAC, we typically have 2 to 5 or 6 projects and we rank them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we present all of them back to the TRAC in that priority order. So we were simply putting them on the agenda as one item because of the rankings that we would provide to TRAC. However, I do see your point in that this is somewhat different because one of them is a rank of number 1 and the other one is not ranked at all. So.
Councilwoman, question to you. Do you want to carry that in a different direction?
Yeah, I mean, well, again, I would move at least, can we at least separate them?
Yeah,
Or,
I see what you're saying.
yeah, I would move.
That is doable. Let me ask on process here. She was going to raise another motion. We'll accept that motion and
Accept it second.
okay. So Councilwoman House Jones, would you like to make a motion on?
Yeah, I would
Okay.
move to separate the GRCTA, have its own resolution and have the Brook Park request be its own.
Okay, we have a motion to separate the resolution that is currently one as resolution 2520 into two, which would separate GCRTA's item as separate from Brook Park, and we would take then that in two votes. Well, I will ask for is a second to Councilwoman
I'll
House
second
Jones.
it.
Thank you, Mayor Thomas. Discussion on the matter and the motion that Councilwoman House Jones made. Please, Debbie Berry.
Can we just be a little more clear then when we get to each motion of exactly what we are saying so that, again, everybody understands what each
Sure.
separate motion means?
Good point. Any other comments or questions on Councilwoman House Jones's motion? Please, Mayor.
Question. So taking the votes separately, my understanding based on what I'm seeing here is that we're saying that this is the second item is not recommended because it hasn't gone through the process. Trying to understand why we'd be voting then on what are we voting on then?
I don't want to, let me ask Councilman Grace, but my interpretation is we would be voting yea or nay on whether to recommend project.
Yeah.
Well, my, I mean, based on, how I see this resolution, you're recommending one and saying the other, may still need to go through a process and it's not ranked or recommended at this time.
I think we would be saying the same thing, but in two separate resolutions. So the first one would be to submit to track the priority project, which is the GCRTA project. And the second one would be to not rank the second project and to submit that non-ranking to track.
Might I make a clarification? For the first project, the RTA project, could the language say, again, just to be definitive, something to the effect of this board is prioritizing one project for the region at this time, and this is that project, our number one priority. And then for the second resolution, saying something to the effect of, at this time, there is not enough information. It has not been through an appropriate NOACA process. We are recommending that this is not prioritized for the track because of those reasons.
Yeah,
Okay. Any other comments on that point?
kind of just to follow up on that point, and very similar, I'm wondering if we can just take out the Brook Park project of this resolution so that it's a standalone for an RTA approval that has gone through the process.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I
Instead
think
of two
Councilwoman
motions,
House.
just strike this from
Well-
this current resolution.
Well, Councilwoman House Jones, we have a motion in a second, and you're discussing that motion. I don't know if you want to be completely silent on the matter. I think you may want to actually make, that's, I think, the spirit of what Councilwoman House Jones brought up.
Yeah, I mean, just a point of clarification. If you're saying that we have a process similar to what happened earlier today regarding the resolution that was put forth, part of the reason in that case is that we wanted to look forward. So I don't know what has transpired in this case. And again, even with the recommendation with all of our long-term range plans processes, everything was to be determined. So I do not have information to make an informed choice. And I do not think it would be fair to a project that has went through all of those things to lump them all together. That's really however we want to process. So that was why I put forth the selection. They need to be separated. But if it wants to be striked, that's fine with me too. I just don't want to jeopardize a project that has given me informed information versus one that hasn't.
Yeah, and I think we thank you for the continued clarification, the comments you made, and also Mayor Castelli's about readiness, and this hasn't gone through a process, to your point, Councilwoman. Okay, I think John Mara has a comment.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to table it.
Tabling the motion that is currently on the
Yes.
floor.
No, I'd like to table the entire actually, I'd like the entire thing until we can get it separated, then clarified, and come back to committee to votes instead of trying to separate it now before we separate it.
All right, I'm going to take a motion. That's a motion.
We have three
And
motions.
Is there a second? I learned the hard way. I'm not going to take comment on it. I'll just take a second if we thank you. The Roberts Rule corner is over there. Do I have a second? Seeing none, the motion to table doesn't carry. So we're back to Councilwoman House Jones's proposed, her motion and the second by, is it Director? I'm sorry, Mayor Thomas. Any further discussion, and we will sharpen up to the group request, those two items, but you have a motion on the floor to separate them. Go
I
ahead.
guess I'll just add to the comment about not discussing or not doing
Yeah.
a second motion. I think we do need to. There were
Yeah.
clearly two applications submitted. We need to address both of them. That's this job,
Okay.
this board's responsibility. We're addressing and saying that we don't have all the information.
Right.
We can't make an informed decision at this time.
Yep.
When that information comes in, the body
Okay.
will review it.
Well, we will now vote on separation of the two motions, and please, Commissioner.
These mics are heavy. This is a good forearm workout. So,
Yeah.
so I guess I think the motion that's on the table to separate would not change the character. And the way I read the resolution itself, they're both in the affirmative. They're both written in the affirmative. So, what I don't understand, if both of those motions separately pass, I think there's actually a little bit of weight to keep them together, because if we pass the resolution combined and one is ranked 1 and the other is ranked unranked, I think that speaks also, and I don't appreciate how that will be looked at through, for track funding purposes. But it does, I think, indicate clearly that that didn't go through what would typically be the channels for approval. If we support both of them separately and support them separately, will we still preserve that the one received essentially an endorsement, the other one was unranked?
I think it comes down to the language of how we write or voice the narrative on the second. And I am confident we can do that, but I think your point's well taken as well. Anybody else?
Sure.
All right, sure. Michael.
Since this is an application to the track, ODOT
Yeah.
will be abstaining from the vote.
Okay, I understood. Thank you for that. All right, I'm going to call call the question on Councilwoman House Jones's motion, which is to separate the two items. Then we'll come back to talking about the two items. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Council, we have to go back to the original motion, or do we have to reject the original motion? All right, did we have a motion to approve the original resolution?
We did.
We did, didn't we? Yes. So with that, how you are voting, if you are voting no, you are essentially voting for what you just voted on, which is the motion to separate. So I will ask for those in favor on the original motion. And those opposed? Aye. Okay. We are at Councilwoman House Jones's motion, and I think now we have the task of writing the narrative on this. Council, have you been paying attention to this? I'm kidding. We're right down the street from his office. If we need to go get some more manpower at the office, we will. I'm kidding you. Okay, does anyone want to take a crack at how to, and Councilman, you brought the original motion up, so if you would like to, how we order it. I would go back a slide, if we will, just to look at what we're looking at. 2 slides back. Back again. All right, back again. All right, so this gives, again, essentially the summary, but we're looking at a motion for the light rail reconstruction. I can try to word it if we would like.
Right, and I was just use what Debbie just said. Can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, she just basically, just say what you said,
Yeah.
if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
We are making a motion to recommend the GCRTA light rail reconstruction project as the #1 and only project the board is supporting at this time.
Okay. If that is acceptable language, unless we need any wordsmithing, that will be the language for the resolution now split in this single project before you. I don't need to ask you to repeat that, right? Do we? Okay, did everybody get that? All right. We have a motion and a second, and the wording has been done. So this is a motion on, do I need a new motion to that language? Yeah, so I'll take a motion.
I made the motion.
All right, the motion was from Debbie Berry. Do I have a second? Mary Serby. Thank you. And I will now ask all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Let's go to item 2, which is a Brook Park recommendation for 291 Angle Road infrastructure. And I just want to make a point, I guess, after listening to all the wisdom of this group, I think the overall operative is that project readiness and following process of NOACA was not achieved with this project, and therefore it's not recommended for track prioritization because we are not putting it in as a priority. We have a single priority from the list that was given us, and that is the RTA project. And we would urge following process. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Aaron.
in lieu of a motion, I think that wording was very clear that that's the only one that we're supporting. I don't know that we need to take steps to, again, kill this Brook Park application.
It's
already dead.
And thank you for that. I'll take more comments on that. This comes down to a matter of how we want to express. I think there is some merit in expressing that we should follow a MPO process. I'm getting a couple head nods affirmatively on that. Others, Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, I agree. I mean, that's where I keep coming back to. I'm not sure what we're voting on. I mean, we're saying that it's not ready. We're saying that we do, at least from my perspective, I think ultimately if the Browns end up going to the Brook Park location, this is an extremely vital and important infrastructure improvement that will need to take place. In addition, what I would say is we need to maybe expand that and be clear that it's not just this area, but it's the whole region. There's communities around the stadium that are going to need to ensure that there's proper infrastructure investment. So from my perspective, it sounds like the board has already said that this is not kind of to move forward. So I'm not sure. So the vote would be what?
Well, I think, and I'll just comment on it. I think it is one about process. It is two about readiness as a project relative to that process. As a Cuyahoga County executive, I will say that we look forward to further conversation with the FAA about impacts to Cleveland Hopkins Airport on I-71. We look forward, Michael, to further conversation with ODOT about studies that are at least talked about, if not afoot, that we think is what has been referred to me as it's a study that needs to happen relative to traffic congestion. And so, just as a county representative for 59 communities in the county, I am concerned, and frankly, regionally, of all of our counties represented here through this MPO and beyond, about access to airport, congestion on game days, and doing this right relative to studies. This came to us without much staff interface. It did not come to us with any interface with the county, which is customary to major track projects within a county. So I sort of stand on this. We need to reference their need to follow process at this MPO and respect this MPO, and signal to ODOT's track that this is not ready. And so I think that is, from a motion, kind of, I guess I can make that motion on that, but I want to be respectful to your point that the spirit of this is process and readiness, and both are right now not apparent with this. Please, Mayor.
To your point, Chair. So the fifth whereas talks about 2 eligible project applications. I'm interested to hear from the staff. And in what way were these eligible other than their financial request? If they didn't go through the process that would normally take place, how could they be eligible? So if you could just clarify that, thank you.
I believe the eligibility rests with ODOT's criteria. And so ODOT does not require them to be in our long-range plan or have gone through our processes, but they do look to us for input into our priorities.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Let me go to ODOT.
For further clarification, and that is correct. And one of the things that the Track Council considers is the MPO's recommendations. And then eventually, if funds are awarded, it would have to go through the process through NOACA. I will add that the sponsor, Brook Park, has worked with NOACA and ODOT. Just like we've done with any other sponsor, we've let them know what potential funding sources may be available to them. We've let them know what the process is, especially when it comes to the long-range plan. And and to be able to get on the tip in order to spend any funding awarded. So that would all have to happen down the road if they were awarded projects. The City of Brook Park has expressed their intent to come, but as far as I know, they have not submitted anything to NOACA.
Right, they have requested information on the process to submit a project, and they are preparing their application to us to go through our process. We anticipate to get that from them in the next month or two. And so, and to Mr. Kubik's point, if the track were to fund it, even though it has not gone through NOACA process, it still would have to come back to NOACA.
Okay, any other comments on the matter? Please, Commissioner Riddell and then Mayor Castelli.
As we go forward though too, and part of our mission is economic development, I think we should let Brook Park, go through the process, because it's not just about potentially the Browns. You also have a new owner at the IX Center who has, all those plans are not yet, visible, but in terms of intermodal and freight and so forth, could be actually have more impact than 8 Brown games.
Yeah, Mayor Castelli.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, it's been well stated today that the process has not been followed and there needs to be more of a review, and I'm very comfortable and supportive of that. What I want to make sure is that we are going to continue to go through it. It sounds like Brook Park is going to be providing additional information. And I would ask that we, look at this request from a little bit, maybe even more of a regional perspective.
Yes.
To ensure that we're looking at all potential areas that will be impacted.
Take the privilege to completely agree with you. I think what both you and what Commissioner Riddell just said, I'm sorry, I've come to a comment here, but the largesse of this, we talked about this in the last meeting, the Aerozone site, you've got NASA in the area, this is a 180 acre site, no matter the land use, it's a big site for revitalization, and the airport itself, not to mention the communities in the I-71 corridor. And with that, I'm going to go to one of those communities. Larry.
I just wanted to say that, and whether this can be done or not, this sounds to me, with a lot of prior discussions about a lot of things today, this sounds like one of those things that maybe we should be tabling until we get all of the proper information, and not be voting on whether we want to even put it on the track, not on the track. I think tabling this until we get more information would be beneficial for everyone.
And that is, it's not yet framed in a motion, but I want to say to this group, and I hear from you, and I don't mean to prolong this, but this is very important, as you've all said, as far as sites go and economic development goes. It's a priority area for NOACA as expressed in the Aerozone. To me, it is not unimportant to make a statement from the board that we want process followed, because to say to the centralized track, you need to follow the process that we'd all agreed to years ago. And for that, I would think that a motion, as Councilwoman House Jones brought up originally, is important to let it be known that we are not recommending this based on the issues of process and coming through with project readiness via that process.
So 2 added comments to that, reminding the board that months ago, we approved a Transportation for Economic Development Initiative study for this area. I think, again, we don't have any results on that yet, so that could add to potential improvements or modify. And also, I believe there's an active study going on with ODOT and NOACA to further look at the initial study that was done. Again, that may just make some changes to what the ultimate request is. So I just think that, yes, the process is important.
Exactly. And I don't think any of you in your communities would get a pass on process, just to be blunt. I don't think any county would get a pass on the process. And essentially there's, by way of this, appears to be that there's an effort to get a pass on the process. So I'm going to ask for Councilwoman House Jones to, I want to go back to you, Stephanie, to ask if you would like that second project to be in a motion for us to make. That being the Brook Park, do you want us to vote on whether to recommend or not?
No, I do not think it needs to be recommended at this
Right.
time, because it has not been through our process of a long range plan, and it needs to be studied. So that's my.
Mr. Chair.
Where am I?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, Commissioner Beveridge.
Forgive me. This project wasn't submitted to NOACA
Right.
yet?
It was.
That is correct. It has not yet been submitted to NOACA. That process will take place in the next quarter or two and then come back to the NOACA or come to the NOACA board for approval. But they submitted it to the track process first.
Yeah, it went out.
And so our original motion way back 20 minutes ago was how we prioritize these projects and present them to track?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So then I would make a motion that because the Brook Park project has not been submitted to NOACA and has not gone through our process, that when we present to track, we express to them that we do not recommend or prioritize this project at this time.
That is, okay, that's a motion on the table.
Yes, second.
I've got a second from Councilwoman House Jones. We can proceed. But thank you for the conversation on this. And now I will have to, by Robert's rules, ask, is there any further conversation on the motion in the second? Anybody? Mary?
Just to clarify, I mean, I think that to Debbie's point about the Teddy project that has been approved through NOACA, I think all of those roads and pieces, parts of this Brook Park project will be considered in that. And so I would just say going forward with the consultant that is working on it to work with the Browns so that there is coordination on that work. And I think just for the attorney in the room, would we take the resolution number that was originally assigned and have an A and B so that it's recognized that it's split?
Yep, that's how I do it to reflect the two separate motions.
And I appreciate that point. I think staff will make that accommodation. So we have a motion, we have a second, we have more comment.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
And this goes back to what my observation was when we passed the previous motion in support of the RTA activities. And that's basically, I think everything's well taken. I am a stickler for process as much as anybody else is in here. I think we also want to be thoughtful about taking affirmative negative action, if that's a thing. I don't know if that's a thing. But actually taking negative action against this when we do have, to Commissioner Rydell's points, a pretty significant matter of economic importance to the region, I'll say. I know it's fraught with political challenges that you know, folks in Medina County have the luxury of staying out of. But to actively, you know, work against this, I don't know if that's the role of NOACA either. And so while I want the procedure to be followed, I think the original formulation where we had a 1 rank and not a 2 rank, but an unranked kind of spoke volumes to that point. I didn't have a problem with pulling it out, but I'm going to have a hard time and probably going to vote against any action to take negative action against something that is a matter of regional economic importance, which I think everybody agrees.
And we appreciate that, Commissioner. Commissioner Beveridge.
And I wholeheartly agree that it is of economic importance. Absolutely.
Yeah.
My first meeting here, we discussed issues with the budget requirement of a exchange being put on I-71 and how it appeared that the state was trying to circumvent and go around whatever authority this MPO may possibly have. And so I think it's important to state that if this is the area coordinating agency, that this body has been tasked with these proposals and this purpose, that bypassing this process is not appreciated. And once we as a board and the MPO has gone through its process, I may come right back here and actually make the motion to approve this. But I think at this time, to the chair's point and to the points we made earlier in the year, that's the responsibility. These tasks are this board's responsibility, and trying to circumvent that, I don't think is in the best interest of any of us.
Thank you, Commissioner, and agree. It's the integrity of this organization, its staff, and you have a process.
Chair.
Yes, please, Michael.
Just one more statement, because to be consistent with some previous resolutions, when we were talking about compliance with federal law, I would just assure you that ODOT will continue and NOACA will continue to follow the process and ensure that any sponsor that comes before has to follow the process.
Okay,
to be able to
thank you.
get on
Well,
long-range plans.
that's affirming. All right, I have that, and I know you're going to abstain on the vote, and I want to now call the question unless.
The motion,
What's that?
repeat the motion.
Repeat the motion.
Is that possible?
No, it's possible. It was made by Morris Beverage, so Commissioner.
Sorry.
All right, do we have a tape or something like?
Yeah, I would just roll it out.
Make the motion that when NOACA presents its priorities and projects to track, that it let them know that the Brook Park project has not gone through the proper process and is not prioritized and is not recommended at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Beveridge. We have a second to that motion by Councilman House Jones. I will now call the question on Commissioner Beveridge's motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nate?
Ayes have it. Thank you, colleagues, for a very collegial exchange on a very complicated matter. And I think we all agree that this region has an economic development power in the future for where we're going. And there's a lot of complexities to the transportation and infrastructure that goes into it. Whatever the land use out by the airport, this is important to all 5 counties. So thank you very much and appreciate your clarity on the motion. I'm getting something from Brenda. I hope we didn't violate a rule. Kidding. Would you, for those who voted no, would you like to be on record?
I think it was pretty clear, but.
Okay, we have, go ahead, just state your name.
Yeah, if you could state your name.
Aaron Harrison.
Bethany Dentler?
Paul Magavac.
Okay, thanks.
All right, do we need a lunch break? I'm kidding. Thank you. I mean, really important things we're covering here. So on the next matter, we have Ronnie Blackshear, Resolution 25021, MPO biannual agreement. And we know we can move quickly on this, right? Ed, did you have more? Sorry.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, board members. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear, NOACA staff. This is resolution, I believe it's going to be 2025-021 for state fiscal years 2026 through 2027, the NOACA-ODOT MPO biannual agreement. The action requested is resolution 2025-021, which authorizes the executive director to enter into a state fiscal year 2026 through 2027 NOACA-ODOT biannual agreement for urban transportation planning and programs. The previous action is the executive committee recommended this item at its May 9th meeting. As the MPO for Northeast Ohio, NOACA is a subrecipient of federal transportation funds. They share responsibility with ODOT for the 3C planning process, which is continuing, cooperative, and comprehensive. NOACA and ODOT work cooperatively to advance the planning process and comply with all state and federal requirements. The state fiscal years 2026 and state fiscal year 2027 biannual agreement addresses the purpose, designation, and boundaries of the MPO, financial reporting, NOACA's overall work program, and required planning activities and products. And it's prepared in coordination with various transportation-related entities. It includes billings, compensation, annual audits, and the OWP completion report. It also includes non-discrimination and compliance with regulations. The next step is pending board approval. The executive director will sign the agreement and transmit to ODOT officials. And again, the action is the approval of resolution 2025-021, which authorizes the executive director to enter into a state fiscal year 2026 through 2027 NOACA-ODOT biannual agreement for urban transportation planning and programs. And I'll stand for questions.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, just for clarification, I'm reading the first paragraph. It says the action to renew the agreement between Cleveland and Lorraine. Are you excluding all the other counties?
I'm not sure, I'm sorry, first paragraph of the.
So it
resolution?
basically says designating NOACA as the Metropolitan Planning Organization for Cleveland and Lorraine, Ohio urbanized area.
Resolution. doesn't say. Resolution.
Yeah, we're looking at the resolution here and it does say all 5 counties.
I must have had it, maybe you made a correction in the packet. I downloaded the packet and mine does not say that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, any other
Down.
questions? All right,
Thank you, thank you.
Yep, you got it. We'll take a motion. Please go ahead, Mike.
Can I go
Yeah.
again? But obviously, we're a party to the contract, so we'll be abstaining.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I've got a motion from Mayor Gail. Do I have a second from Mayor Serby? Thank you. Okay, any discussion on the matter? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Ronnie.
Can I clarify to Mr. Claypool's point? The reason in the memo, it references the Cleveland, Lorraine, Elyria urbanized area. It's not Lorraine as a county, it's Lorraine, Elyria as an urbanized area. And our urbanized area is called, the MSA is called Cleveland, Lorraine, Elyria MSA.
Thank you.
That's a federal designation, right? Okay, so thank you, though. We'll go to resolution 22 and presenter Allison Ball.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, board. Today we are requesting, am I going backward? Yes, sorry. Okay, good morning. Try this again. Today we were requesting the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 2025-022, approving the updates for the regional strategy, which we refer to as a strategy for coordinating funding opportunities for fourth quarter state fiscal year 2025. The previous action, the Executive Committee recommended this action at their meeting on May 9th. So NOACA developed this strategy based on, am I on the right page? Yes, NOACA developed the strategy based on federal guidance that regions prioritize their capital needs and develop a project pipeline. Quarterly updates are vetted through NOACA's committee process. NOACA hosted a virtual stakeholder workshop in January of 2025 to review the open funding opportunities as well as the process to update the strategy with our stakeholders. The strategy, okay, somehow I got behind. The strategy is reviewed quarterly by NOACA staff to the funding programs to see if there's any changes in the names or the amounts of funding. And then the projects in the strategy themselves are reviewed. Communities may propose updates for consideration by submitting a strategy request form as pictured on the slide. And it is found on our NOACA Funding Resources webpage. If any updates are necessary in between the quarterly updates, NOACA will implement the updates in conjunction with the resolution 2023-032, which is the board passed in June of 23 that outlines the updating the strategy process. So last quarter, we had a lot of changes based on the workshop, and this year, this quarter, we only have a couple. So, and the strategy is found in your packets, starting on page 64. And there's two versions. There's a marked up version, and the marked up version indicates the actual status of the project. So if it's in italics, the applications are not submitted. There could be a variety of reasons why the applications were not submitted. Sometimes the notice of funding opportunity was never released. Often the projects don't match the actual NOFO that have come out. And then other times the projects just aren't ready. Their schedules don't align with the grant. And then the purple are the updates, and the blue are applications that have been submitted. Green shows applications that have been awarded funds, and red shows the applications that unfortunately did not receive funding. And then the unmarked version, which is the final, just shows the ones that did not go through the process and the ones that were the projects that were awarded funding. So the updates that were submitted this quarter, we just had 2 project sponsors reach out to us. And the first is the city of Cleveland. And one of the first parts of their change is renaming the Cleveland Riverfront Master Plan to just the Cleveland Riverfront with bedrocks in parentheses. Cleveland Riverfront is now in construction. Early phases are underway, setting the foundation for more improvements. And in addition to the name change, the city of Cleveland requested to add the Cleveland Riverfront to protect resilience improvement grants for both 2025 and 2026. The second update we're bringing to you today is Cuyahoga County Planning Commission added the Cuyahoga County Comprehensive Safety Action Plan to Safe Streets for All demonstration and implementation for calendar year 2026. And that is building on their successful planning grant award for Safe Streets for All. So the next steps include following guidance from federal agencies on the existing programs and guidelines. The staff will continue to work with the communities to ensure project applications are submitted, and staff will maintain the funding resources webpage and update the strategy in 2025 and 2026. So again, we're here to ask for the approval of Resolution 2025-022, which approves the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities update for 4th quarter state fiscal year 2025.
All right, thanks, Allison. Do we have a motion? We have a motion. Mayor Gail, have a second? Give me the second. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Harrison. Okay, any questions or comments, to Allison or the staff? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, carries. Thank you much, Allison.
Thank you.
We have Resolution 23 in front of the Long Range Plan Update, WENEO 2050. And we'll welcome Ali Makarachi and Grace. I think you want to make a comment.
Just quickly, this is our long-range plan that is planning for NOACA's future, the region, all the way out to 2050. This is an update from the 2021 plan, which was called ENEO 2050. We have updated the title to WENEO 2050 Plus. And I will defer to Dr. Makarachi to go into the details, but we have been working on this for some time now with new information, particularly from the census to update that 2021 major overhaul of our planning.
Good morning. I hope you don't need a break for the long presentation.
Uh-oh. Let's roll.
Okay, we are requesting the board to approve the resolution 2025-023, approving NOACA's long-range plan updates, which, as Grace mentioned, WENEO 2050 Plus. This has been presented to the executive committee and planning and programming in May. As I have presented previously, usually before 2020, people planning for the moving cars and trucks, but we changed because the end of the day, people are moving to the, from A to B. So we are planning for moving people and goods. And then, as mentioned, the 2020 plan was ENEO 2050, and we are every 4 years we are updating this, because if somebody says this is a plan for the next 25 years and nothing's going to change, the situation, economy, planning, and the environment changes. Therefore, we need to update every 4 years. As you see, every time we go forward, we have got one update, and every 4 years we do this. So long-range LRTP is usually comprised of 3 elements: long-term transportation planning and policy and investment, short-term or TIP, we call it, and then public involvement. These are three items of the long range. And then we did twice the public involvement. One is in December. We presented to the 5 counties, and recently April, May for another open house for in all 5 counties. First thing, as I mentioned, the plan is based on the updated data because everything is changes. The previous plan was based on the 2010 census or estimates based on the ACS, if you're familiar. But now we have got in the 2020, we have got the updated census, and we update based on the new projection. So first of all, 2050 population projection. This map you see is developed by the ODOT, the Department of Development of Ohio, and it shows wherever is a red is losing population, whereas the blue and light color is gaining population for next 25 up to 2050. And we have to, again, similar every year, this is going to get updated, depends on the changes in the state. So as you see, some of them goes down up to 20%, 18, 19%, and some of them gains up to even 53%. So census 2020 population was 11,799,448. Then the 2050 projection is down for a state 11,100,000, something over 100,000, and this presents about -5% reduction. And if compared with the country is going to gain 17%. So as I mentioned, this is based on the projection from the Ohio Department of Development. If we zoom into our area, Cuyahoga County is going to, based on this forecast, is going to lose 18%, and others, the Geauga is going to gain 7%. And as I mentioned, the color shows how much Medina is in the borderline, and Lorain is about 1%, 1.5%. So how do they do that? Is basically they use the base population, then add the residence births, then the rest is deducted, and plus and minus migration, and it comes with this forecast. Okay, other changes happen after 2020, which it wasn't very important for before 2020 was the telecommuting. After the COVID and the pandemics, people learned how to work from home, and therefore in the beginning of before 2019, we had about 3-4% people working from home, but gradually it went up and even go to 60%. Then start people coming back to the work and then to offices. Then we are now talking about 10 to 20% of the working from home. That's going to change the number of trips in the region because about 10-20% of this is going to work from home, and that's going to reduce as you probably have noticed, if you compare with before COVID and after COVID, the traffic is less and congestion is generally less. Similarly, again, we all learned how to do the shopping online, and we order, and people bring our boxes in front of our doors and put them there. So you will see what you see at the peak is around the holidays and Christmas, and that generally shows people are ordering more. Again, shopping trip and going to mall and doing the purchasing there in the mall is reduced, and people sit at home and order and wait for the van to come and bring their orders. Virtual meeting. This meeting is one of the meetings we come together and in person, but there are many of you attend many meetings we attend, and we talk about on the Zoom and team software. And then, so recently we've completed the household travel survey, which end of this today with the consultant is going to present the final report, and we're going to use those for the further calibrating on the R model. So the next step is the way we approach this long range is what used to be, you used to have the looking at the past and saying the trend and then going for the future. Or a little bit later on, they did 10, 15 years ago, they looked at the risk analysis and they made it a little bit, probability and looking at the statistics and that kind of things. But recently the approach is different and we looked at the scenarios and we said in 2050, what scenario we are thinking to happen. Then we go back to today and prepare it for that. So to that scenario. So we had assumed 4 scenarios and then these are the 4 scenarios, which is one of what was to just maintain the system, no addition, nothing, as you see on the 2 levels of this travel demand, one side and supply, other side. In the demand side, no changes for scenario 1, and the other side, supply side, nothing added, just maintaining the system. Scenario 2, again, no change on the demand side, but on the other side, adding major capacity projects, planned interchanges and other adding basically looking for the same as before, looking for highways and adding more highways. Scenario 3 and 4, we assume if people move closer to the stations and reducing the loss of the population and loss of all this workforce, then we have got adding the transit, and you will see then adding more facility for non-motorized modes of travel. And then on the complete scenario 4, which is a complete all this, adding all the project highway and transit and non-motorized in a one scenario. Probably you have heard from me is we have got a travel demand to all forecasting model. We use that to simulate the future scenarios, and we use that for looking at the 4 scenarios and see what happens in terms of the part of this long range. We look at the congestion management plan, which is looking at is a process we have to do every year and every update for every 4 years when we do going through the process of setting the smart objectives, going to the performance measures, traffic congestion analysis, and so on. So this is a part of the long range, and it's a long list of the objectives, and we look at and we set the target for the future. Like, for example, the first one, reduce percentage of total vehicle delay during the typical AM and PM peak periods. We plan to reduce 1%, 2%, but if you say that 1% is just the 1%, but we are talking about 5 million trips, and reducing 1% is a substantial an improvement for the traffic. Same thing with the other activities, access to transit. You will see more charts. I don't want to take more time on this one, but one of the major ones, which congestion management, the congestion in the highway corridors, and this map shows current in a 2024 AM peak period, which is a 6 AM to 9 AM, and that shows the locations with congested. Then this one shows the PM. Then you go intersections and interchanges where the locations every year we identify these locations based on the updated data when we calibrate and validate the model. One of the things he requested last time when I presented, I think it was in the planning programming, John Pocori requested to see that the changes in the congestion during from 2024 to 2050. This slide shows AM. I'm going to, if you concentrate, you will see that congested areas, the little red dots is changing, depends on what we are investing and adding to highway 2040 and 2050. So then PM, that is difficult to see, but anyway, that was a request, and we did this and look at from 2040 to a different. So performance measures, we look at the performance measures, and one of the important in terms of traffic, in terms of the transportation, is people without car in our area. That it shows how dense is this in the 2050 in the area from, 0 households, and that you can compare. The left-hand side shows the red, dark red, it shows the household with a 0 car household, 0 cars, and the other one. Why is important? Because the people we don't have a household, don't have a car, they are dependent on the other modes, transit and non-motorized. That's important to plan for them and to provide a facility they can make the daily trips. So one of the performance was access and mobility. And you see here, we have looked at all 4 scenarios and see how they perform in terms of the performance. This is a long list of the performance. I'm not going to show all of, few of them I'm going to show. You can see, for example, population percentage in terms of scenario 1, scenario 2, then it goes scenario 3. And because people, if you remember, we moved people closer to the station. So obviously we get better access for the residents. So the next one, ridership increases from 22 million in scenario 1 to 37 and 38 million in scenario 4. Freeway arterial delays. This is, again, one of the performance measures from the FHWA, looking at the total annual delay per capita in hours. So it's again 2.58 hours for the freeway per capita. Then it goes, this is annual again. This goes to the scenario 1, 2, 3, and 4. Work commute time. Then we look at all households for major job hubs. We have got major jobs in our area. We look at those, and again, scenario 1, scenario 2 is similar. Scenario 3 is a little bit higher than in the transit walk access, and transit drive access is a different type of the, access to this. Looking for the major job again, and the old job, compared it with a 0 car household. This is important for them. So you can see for almost all jobs is better in scenario 4. Transportation safety, that chart shows last year we decided for targeted, reduce the target, increase the target to 3.8%. And you see this shows based on what the target setting goes up, and as we go through the years, it increases, and until we get to vision 0, because this is our vision for 2050. So the last years, because we're getting number of crashes and number of fatalities goes down, the percentage goes up. So that's something which, looking at the targets, fatalities right for 2025 is at 150, and serious injuries is about 1,200, and non-motorized 158. The target is to reduce it, and hopefully it goes down to 0 in 2050. Air quality, transportation is one of the major in terms of the air quality. And so looking at this, we look at the different scenarios for VOC and NOx. Again, scenario 4 is got transportation, it's got transit, it's got non-motorized facility, is better than the others. Particle matters, same thing, you will see. Now, infrastructure, in terms of the pavement, we look at the optimal way of keeping the pavement, the roads, and these are the shows the cost for each scenario. And the average PCR is 88, which is 0 to pavement condition rating from 0 to 100. Bridge condition is right now is a poor, fair 14%, and 20% and 50% is good. So the cost of keeping it for the next 25 years, it goes from $267 million to $1 billion. Similarly, we provide infrastructure, trial network. You will see today another presentation from consultant to develop the trail network in our region, connecting all the 5 counties through the trail network. And then these are the mileage of the adding sidewalk, all-purpose trails, and new bike facilities. We did update the freight, and right now the space we have got for each is very important in terms of safety for truck to have the space for rest and for the parking. So right now we have got about 1,600 truck space. And then if we go with the 50 spaces per 100,000 daily volume, we are going up to 3,566 from 2025 to 2050. So the requirement, so if you go with that, we need to require, is important to require to add every year about 30 spaces, truck parking spaces in our region. VMT is important, and this from 2025, which is now 7.6% of the total vehicle mile traveled. Now on the 2050 is going to go higher, and we are going to have more through traffic. If you look at the last column, is a 19% right now, but it's going to go to 28% through. So there will be more, about maybe something like 30% more through traffic. So to identify these, which is important for our economy, to identify the truck routes, we looked at different type of, as you see in this slide, we look at the different AM, PM, different type, and the map in the middle shows you the truck routes, first priority and second priority, which we have to keep them less congested, keep them in terms of maintain them for the truck and economy in our region. Future technology, and this is, looking at the recent 2023 data, our region, looking at the whole United States and based on the US Department of Energy, we are talking about something like 8,012 EVs considering for the population, and we calculated this in our region. We use that number to see what happens forecast for the future, and use the simple equation to get, so by 2030, we will have 49,000 EVs in our region, registered EVs. Then it goes to 2040, we will have something like 135,000, and that goes by 2050 is 255. That is 1/3 of the total vehicle ownership by the households by 2050. So to support those, we need to install EV chargers, and this chart shows what we need. For example, by 2030, we need 34 chargers, L2 is for the employment. It takes 5 hours to charge the full battery of the car. But we have to, as you saw in the previous slide, the number of EVs growing, the number of the chargers should grow as well. So that is for the next 25 years. For each year, this shows how many chargers, L2, which is usually the employment center, we need to do that. Similarly, fast charging, we need, for example, at the 2030, we need 21 DCFC fast charging. That takes about 45 to an hour to fully charge. The unit is more expensive. We are installed about 19 of them in our region, and it needs a little bit of, it's not as simple as L2. So this shows the number of the DCFC required based on what I just said. So all this putting together, what we need is about, based on the 2025 dollars, we need a 26 million for the L2 and 64 million for the next 25 years of these chargers to install. The other things is cars, autonomous cars coming, and then very near future is going to be in our roads, and that shows the different scenarios we assume. In the scenario 1 is 69% conventional cars, and it goes to 30% for the autonomous, and we have got autonomous transit shuttle buses as well. So that is going to be in scenario 2 a little bit more, and scenario 3 and 4 is much higher than the other. Okay, all this I went through all this, but it costs money. There's no free lunch in this country. I wish they were, but there's not free lunch. So how much it costs? Each one, there's a common project for all scenarios, regardless of what scenario we choose. We have got some like maintaining bridges in good condition or maintaining the roads. We need to do this regardless of any scenario we select. Similarly, for the improving the arterial, and so what you see on the price tag is that's $1 million, again, based on the $20-25. Everything has been net present value and safety projects. So we need to do all this regardless. So scenario 1 has got $2.6 billion extra. Similarly, scenario 2 has got 1.8, and scenario 3, 6.7. And finally, scenario 4 has got 9 billion extra because he had all this in the package. There was everything. You can see the list here. It's got transit, it's got all the sidewalks, all the bike facilities, highways, EV charging, all this is there, smart highways for autonomous cars and so on. So putting all this together is how do we going to select this? Well, we look at the net present value. You can see the first, second column shows you what they are, and then percentage of is divided by see what percentage of this is spent. So in each scenario, then dividing this by the scenario 1, which is we call it no build. We are not doing anything. We can maintain it. So the cost of the scenario 4 is 3.5 times than the scenario no build. So scenario 2, 3 is a build. The other one, the scenario 1 is a no build. This is the cost. How much we achieve if you look at the chart. Do we have the money for this? Based on our estimate, the revenue from the budget, we have got about 23, something near the 24 billion. So still we have got, so what you see the gap between the scenarios and the red line, we can spend it on other illustrative, we call it projects in the future. So now which one? That's the somewhere I like the mathematics, and so this the equation, is close to lunchtime, so this wakes you up. So to look at the equation, and then you see we look at the measure of the effectiveness for each one, we define for each one, and then compare with the cost. So the first column is the measure of effectiveness. Obviously, when you go to scenario 4, you've got 5.8 times than the scenario 1. Again, scenario 1 is a no build. Looking at and dividing by the cost, you see 1.66. Anything lower than 1 is not viable, and 1.66 scenario 4. That's why we are proposing the scenario 4 as a future plan. So pending board approval, staff will implement the updated plan. So again, the action requested is the approval of the resolution 2025-023, approving the long-range plan update, VNO 2050 plus. Sorry if it takes long, but it was several months of the work, and so.
No, thank you, Dr. Marcia. Any questions for that lengthy? All right, it's a lot to take in. I do have one here from Mr. Claypool.
So what was the non-attainment for our NOCs? Do you know what that is?
Yes, we run this when we do before each scenario. We run this through the software called Moves, and we look at what kind of
No, it's the non-attainment.
Mission-
So as I understand it, we're out of attainment in our VOCs by 1 part per billion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does anybody know how small 1 part per billion is? And they have sensors on the top of a garage in Geauga County. It's on top of an asphalt garage, which produces VOCs. So there's a big, I have issues or challenges with the data, and I don't want to bore everybody's time. You're going to pass this, I get it. But there's a lot of data issues that we're making projections on, and we're going to be voting on something based on projections. I have a problem with that. In addition to that, there's in the last part of the resolution, it says the urban transportation planning process is going to be carried out in complete compliance with all federal laws. I don't believe we're in compliance right now for the DEI reasons. So with that said, I'll probably vote no.
Okay, Mr. Quibble, thank you. I don't know if, Mike, anything you want to say from ODOT about this? I think projections are a part of the process, right? It's, yeah, please. No further comment? Okay. Anybody else? Staff, does staff want to respond to that? It's a lot of information. I do want to compliment the staff for bringing forth the long range plan. This is a very big deal today that we put in front of us. So,
Mr. Chair,
please, yeah.
just had a question, and it was early on. So the slide where you laid out the actual scenarios, the 4 different, would you be able to pull that one back up? Is that, I just had a question, and I wanted to make sure I was understanding exactly what each scenario was. Shows how you do it. It was like 8 slides in, maybe. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I made added some ammunition to the,
While Dr. Makarachi is trying to go backwards to the slides, I do want to recognize him and the Transportation Planning and Engineering Division for leading the effort on this update to the long-range plan.
Okay. Any other questions while we're getting to this? All right. Lunch is over there. Thank you. Whoever's provided that, LCC or what? Thank you. If anybody needs a break.
we are getting there.
All right. And then we can also take some answers, this offline, but.
There it is.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. It was the acronym I couldn't remember. BRT, that's something related to transit, but I wasn't sure what BRT stood for.
The BRT bus rail,
Bus rapid transit.
Rapid
Okay,
transit.
perfect. So those 2 scenarios both presume that the shrinking population is going to be centered around or near so it says additional households near bus rapid transit stops.
the transit, we have identified with a collaboration with the transit RTA, we have identified the corridors after which is possible to have a BRT. Then to do that, when identify those, we assume that some people as a TOD, transit development orientation, if you know that we are moving people, assume that some people, rather than losing population, they go closer to the BRT station.
Right.
And then that gives more opportunity to take the transit, because the transit between scenario 3 and 4 is more advanced. They've got more lines compared to scenario 1 and 2.
Sure. So there are more available.
More available.
And
Access is going to be easier.
And in addition to there being more available, you're also assuming a behavioral shift that people are going to want to be closer to those areas where they're more available.
Yes, our mode choice in the model, when we look at this kind of things, looks at the behavior. What you do is similar to what when you buy something, companies look at your attitude.
Yeah.
That's the same kind of thing, non-nested rigid model. They look at this kind of thing. We look at here the same thing and look at this and see how people behave. And if they have got more option, is more tend to take the bus.
So it kind of, not to put words in your mouth, but kind of assuming like the early adopter versus then as it gets more stable, more people are going to.
More people get to it, yes.
So that was actually the essence of my question is, in future years, you're assuming a higher percentage of the population, of the now shrinking population, as your numbers suggest, are going to be more inclined to live near these transit stops than they do today.
Yes, it's going to be more closer to transit because transit is going to be available, more reliable. And
Well-
again, don't get me, I'm not talking about 50 to 60%. We are
No,
talking
right.
about
The numbers are,
maximum 6-7%. It's not gonna, still the cars are gonna dominate the travel mode.
but the essence of what I'm asking is, it's a higher percentage than it is today.
Yes, yes.
So the question is the baseline for that number. The baseline for our population numbers is the census data, which I have my own problems with, which is a completely separate conversation. But so if that's the baseline for that, what's the baseline for that assumed change in behavior? What's the data point that we look at to say, not only will we have more, that's objective, I think, but when we have more, people will suddenly change their behavior and say, we want to live closer to these stations rather than saying, I want my plot of land in Medina County or Geauga County.
As I mentioned, one module of this simulating this future, one module is a mode choice, and mode choices works based on the travel time and accessibility to each mode. So the model and the software we have developed compares this. If you say, I drive the car, come here, it takes 45 minutes. But if there's a bus available with a different type of the cost, less than that, the mode choice, the module says, this guy is going to pick up the transit. So that goes back to, as I said, based on the same modeling for the people's behavior, whether they consume something, they buy something, same thing happens. But it's a travel time, cost, and all this impacts is a long, we are talking about, is about 10,000 lines of the code to automate all this process I'm talking about in a.
Yeah, I guess I would just submit that I put a little bit more stuff, a lot more stock into data points that are based on, the past, even though, like I say, I might have questions about the census. That number, if you say, here's a trend line from the last census and the next census and where we think we're going to go. This other one, to me, is a little bit more remote. There are the scenarios, you mentioned kind of the alternative. Here's the high end, here's the low end, and we don't do that. We lay out these scenarios. And if both of those scenarios are based on the same uptick of adoption rates in the
Yes.
future, meaning a higher percentage of our decreased population is going to participate in a behavior they don't today. If those are both based on the same numbers and then the assumption is wrong, then neither of those scenarios are all that viable. That's my only point in addition to the question. But
Just
shit,
one
clarification.
add to what your comment. If you look at the 4 years ago when we did this about, for example, EV, we had much higher numbers and much higher the chargers we forecasted. But this year when we did update, the chart I showed to you is less than that.
Yeah.
Every 4 years, this is the behavior, the model is going to look at this. But right now we are looking at it, based on the data today. In 3-4 years, obviously, if the behavior we realize, and every year we calibrate this model based on the existing data, and when we take every year the traffic counts, we look at the different, in terms of trip generation, household size, and you will see in the later on in the today, the household survey we have up, the consultant did it for about 9,000 people. So we are looking at this and updating. It's not this is going to happen for the next 25 years.
Dr.
Every
Mark,
year we are going to update.
can you be available if people have more technical questions too? I appreciate that. Commissioner, did you get enough on that?
Well,
question?
only the last question was about the EV numbers. When the EV numbers you showed going up, does that, I don't need to see the chart. It's fine.
Anyway, I'm going to go that way.
As they go up, was that based on a percentage of our current population, or is that based on a higher percentage of our reducing population,
Based on the number of households, which is
shrinking over?
shrinking,
Yeah.
yes.
That was
Okay.
the question.
It's not,
That helps.
the-
Okay.
all this system is based on the households.
All right, and you're going to be here for the balance of the meeting if
Yes.
others have questions. Because I think in the spirit of moving, this is a lot to take in. It's a lot of work. Thank you, staff, for putting together this work. Are there further questions, or could I ask for a motion on this long-range plan? Okay. Does anybody, thank you. Trustee Brandon. Jeff Brandon, motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Tewan. And do we have any questions, concerns? Only thing I want to ask is how a county, a city, a village can find out where its projects are in the long-range plan or find out if they're in the long range. Do we go to the website or?
Yeah, they're on the website, and I believe it is chapter 10, chapter 10.
Right. Good enough? Okay. I'm going to call the question on the adoption of the long-range plan. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, do you want to, for the record, the names? Go ahead.
John Mara.
Skip Claypool.
Skip Claypool. Okay, we have the abstention from ODOT. Okay. All right, good. Well, thank you much. And I appreciate that presentation. We will go to Liz Barlick. This is Resolution and Governance Committee, Resolution 2025-24, Code of Regulations revision. We done? Thank you, Dr. Marcareggi.
Good morning. Liz Barlick, Associate Director of Executive Affairs. I am presenting on Resolution 2025-24, the Code of Regulations revision for Geauga County membership. So the action requested is to approve Resolution 2025-24, which approves an amendment to the Geauga County's membership in the NOACA Code of Regulations. This was previously recommended by the Governance Committee in February. It then came before you all for presentation purposes in March, and now is before you for action. So the background of this, the board membership of NOACA is set in our Code of Regulations or our bylaws. There's a formula that determines seats by proportional population. Geauga County has requested to have their county engineer as a board member. Geauga County, every county has at base, there are 3 commissioners on the board. That's all Geauga has currently is 3 commissioners. So since they're not able to add a new member, their modification to one of those seats is being recommended. So that would essentially look like this. This is Article 4, Section 4.2 of NOACA's Code of Regulations, where one of those county commissioner seats is instead designated as a seat for a county engineer. So there are existing examples of this currently within our code. For example, Lorain County has one of their county commissioner seats designated for their engineer. Medina County has 2 of their commissioner seats designated for a municipal and a township representative. And pending approval by you all, since it is an amendment to Section 4, which is membership of our code, it would also require ratification by each county. So each county before the end of the year would have to pass a resolution agreeing to this amendment. And then after ratification, we would go ahead and amend our code. And I'm missing a final action step, but so as a reminder, the action being requested is approval of Resolution 2025-24, which approves an amendment to the Geauga County's membership within NOACA's Code of Regulations.
We are going to call for a motion and do I have one?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Brackey. Do I have a second? Thank you, Andy. Do we have any conversation question on there? Please.
I listened to the gentleman that spoke from the public this morning and talked about targeting Mr. Claypool. And believe it or not, Mr. Claypool and I don't always are on the same page, but I would vehemently be against anything that would try to squash his ability to speak here. So I asked the question. It said in the resolution, multiple occasions Geauga County asked for it, and it is their request. And is that true? And is this coming from Geauga County? Because if it is, I would vote on it. But if it's not coming from Cuyahoga County, I might have an issue. Or sorry, Geauga County. I'm sorry, I'm looking at you.
So Geauga County for many times has asked for the engineer to be part of the representation to the NOACA board. They have asked for, in addition to, when Mr. Claypool was a commissioner, I believe he asked for another member to make it a fourth member. But unfortunately, we cannot give them an additional engineer. The only way to have the engineer represented is this way.
Got it. So my quick question again is, this originated out of Geauga County.
Correct.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm a commissioner for Geauga County, and that's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Please, Commissioner Harrison.
I mean, I guess the only thing I would say is we all have the ability to appoint delegates or to delegate alternates. So I think while I appreciate the spirit of that response, I think it would be a true statement that any of the commissioners who are currently appointed could have as their representative the engineer, right? I mean, they could send their representative in their stead without any change to the bylaws.
They could.
I'm not saying they need to do that. I'd advocate for Geauga County to have an extra seat too. So, but my concern with this, not concern, but just the reality of this is that it needs approval of all 5 counties and the ratification. And from where I sit, as the president of the board of the Medina County Commissioners, I don't think that's going to be viable because I have my own concerns about the makeup of this board. One is the representation factor. But actually, the other one is we see this time and again, and this is no affront to anybody. I think our chair does a good job. Our past chairs have done a good job of managing things. But a 40+ person board can only be so effective with the amount of committee work and things that happen outside of these board meetings before any of us gather around the table. I think that's an argument for an overhaul of this board and the board makeup, even if we preserve the relative numbers of everybody, you know, and the representation that's based on population or however that's derived. I think a smaller board makeup with the robust work where a lot of the different voices who are around this table can be heard in those committee settings, perhaps better than they can in this environment. I think that's the kind of discussion we ought to be having as it relates to the bylaws. And because it is an elevated standard, I'm not speaking for my other commissioners, my fellow commissioners. It's not before us yet, but I think it would be unlikely that this would be ratified by Medina County, barring some bigger discussion. So I would submit that perhaps this is an opportunity to send this back to the governance committee for further action and maybe a bigger picture discussion about kind of where we need to go or where we think we could go as a board to make the operation of this body more effective in the big picture. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to just go around the table here, but Councilman McCormick, please.
Yeah, I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. I support this motion, given that this only impacts the delegation from Geauga County and given the testimony that Geauga County supports this. I think, again, if it were a board-wide impact, I think that would make sense. But because, again, this is specific to the delegation from Geauga County and the testimony from the Commissioner of Geauga County, I fully support this.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Mr. Claypool.
Yes. You know, this is an internal political thing for Geauga County. And I represent a commissioner that, you know, there's some angst, and I'm not going to get into that. My bigger point to the issue that I want to raise actually supports Mr. Harrison. And that is this. I've been involved or observed NOACA for a very long time. When I was a commissioner, I made, as Grace had said, an effort to add another seat. If you look historically at NOACA when it was originally formed, it was 3 commissioners from every county, plus the mayor, plus the representative from HUD. That was a balanced board. Over the years, there was a lot of angst and so forth. And if I was from Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, I might have engaged in that because that's the dynamics. You always push and pull. But over the term, there has been an imbalance created on this board. When Grace says you can't give an extra seat, that's incorrect. You could if you chose. This board can do anything it wants to relative to the membership. Adding a 4th seat to Geauga County does not change the vote outcome at all. Cuyahoga County and Cleveland still have the predominant weight of votes. And so it doesn't really change anything other than it makes it fairer for this board. So I would like this board to consider, I don't think it'll pass, but I'd like for this board to consider yet adding the fourth seat. And as Mr. Harrison had said, we ought to probably take that to the governance committee and float that so that we have a fair balance. Because right now, if you look at it from the outside, there is an imbalance and it's clear to the public, and that concerns me.
So to that point, Mr. Claypool, we have Chair Brandon of Governance. I think that is probably a matter, Chair, ought to be brought back up to governance, just the spirit of the points you both made, and I think Executive Committee as well, because there's a bylaw issue that's associated with this as well. Thank you.
Yeah, we can talk more about it at the next governance meeting. Maybe we should table this today.
So you've got a matter that I guess was, at least by one board member, reflected as a matter within the context of Geauga County. You've got a matter that by another commissioner was reflects that it's a at-large conversation about board constitution, as was said. And I think I got a commissioner from our host county today that wants to say something. So
As previous governance chairman, I would remind us that City of Cleveland came to us and we modified the charter and did what we did. They came back to us with a change of leadership in the city and voted to go back to the way it was. And these things are not taken lightly. And I think that anytime you're going to give a fourth seat to one county and say that that's for the engineer, we need to consider then, are we offering that same opportunity to the other counties to have a designated engineer seat?
I think that goes back to the issue of governance and bylaws with the executive committee. So I think the comments being made today need to be taken up, and we will work with Chair Brandon on that and also the executive committee. I want to ask Andy.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Back to the resolution at hand.
Yes.
No counts are changing. No counts are changing.
Right.
There's no new board vote
Right.
here. So
That's
that's another table.
Yep.
What it does is it puts technical expertise and experience on the board as a vote. I have much experience throughout Lake Geauga and Cuyahoga. Cut my teeth with ODOT, District 12, and all the bridges I drove here under today, I know them very well. That's part of this board, part of this organization. I don't just live in Geauga County. All our roads go to other counties. So when it comes to votes and understanding what's going on, that expertise and that history does exist at the county engineer's office. Other counties, we have parity with.
Thank you, Andy.
Doesn't cost anything either.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question on this matter, and I'll, when we get a motion in a second, we can have more conversation, but do I have a motion?
You had a motion.
Do we have one? All right, so we will go to you, Mr. Marr.
Yes, I'm debating whether or not I should table this, but then again, I think we need to get this off of the board or off the agenda altogether. Again, I don't know were the two commissioners the ones that requested this extra seat or to be changed, or was it by the Geauga Council, I guess themselves? I mean, there's a difference because there'd be a conflict here because it'd be very political if the two commissioners requested this to have another commissioner seat removed and replaced with a engineer. So I just want to make sure that this is not a political move at that point. We need clarification. Did this come from Geauga, their council themselves, or did it come from the two commissioners?
How did the correspondence come in?
I don't recall anything official coming from the council. So I believe it was a request by the board members, two of the board members out of the three of NOACA. Two out of the three board members.
Commissioner, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I believe that's correct, is that we were concerned that our engineer was not going to have a seat on the board. And so we just wanted to make sure going forward, we always had that technical expertise represented in Geauga County going forward.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion from Commissioner Brackey and a second from Andy Hope.
I have a follow-up question.
Okay,
Sorry.
go ahead, Ms. Morrow.
No, I was just wondering though, but if it came from them, I mean, was it from the board? Again, you can replace any of the commissioners can have their seat, they can have the engineer fill in for them, right? So they can be represented by that engineer. So what I understand is why, if we're not gonna, why do we have to replace it? Okay, and how do we know that really, I mean, who's competent, who's not? I mean, the thing is that, the only thing I look at is this might be a personal thing, is what I'm looking at. And the other thing is this retaliation? Is this to try to get someone who's vocal and who questions, off the board? And that's the only thing. That's why I'm suspect of this. Now, I think it should be tabled. I think, but then again, it shouldn't be tabled because I think it should be taken off the agenda altogether. So I think we should vote it, my vote is to vote it down. I don't even think we should have gone here, but that's my vote. And
If I may, just to shed a little bit of light, this is not often brought to the board, but it has been brought in the past and respected at each county level. So every county in the city of Cleveland has had the opportunity to name who is representing them on the board. As Liz shared with some of the examples, Lorraine County has one of the commissioner seats given to the engineer. In Medina, they've got them at the municipal and township level. This is offering that same ability to Geauga County. Keeping in mind, this does not name individual commissioners. It just says 2 commissioners and an engineer. And this is something then that would withstand time. It is not intended to be a political overture related to the existing membership.
Thank you, Grace. And I have one more. Let me take a question back here.
Just a couple of clarifying questions, excuse me. Where, Lorraine County, I've been here for a couple of years now, but this happened before I was affiliated with NOACA. It says county commissioner, parentheses, county engineer. So is it the commissioner's seat that they are delegating to an engineer, or it is truly the engineer's seat and can't be taken back by that commissioner at any time?
It has been delegated by the NOACA board to the county engineer.
Okay.
So the commissioner, in order to get that seat back, would have to come before this board and ask the county engineer component to be removed and revert back to county commissioner.
Which I would assume, forgive the word, is not an easy thing to do. I guess I would say we have that luxury from Lorraine County when we have more than 3 seats, 3 representatives at NOACA. I would be much more interested. I think the alternate and proxy process in place solves all this. If you want your engineer to have a seat at the table, make him an alternate, and he or her an alternate, and send he or her to the meetings. I guess I would like more information on why you can't add a new seat. Is it because the board would grow so exponentially because of populations, you have to do the same thing for each representative?
Yeah, we've explored this issue at length when it was requested previously by one of the 3 Geauga County commissioners. And the issue would be, right now, our code of regulations requires the board to be proportionate to population. And we have a formula that's identified with that, and it's included in the code of regulations appendix.
So how often is that updated, and do you remove?
Sure, that is updated once every 10 years with the census. So it was just recently updated with the 2020 census. We did, however, include a change in the code of regulation a number of years ago that give a minimum of 3 commissioners to or 3 representatives to the NOACA board, regardless of population. So you get a base of 3. If Geauga County had population only, they would have 1.5, but they get the minimum of 3, and then anything above the 3 is based on the formula.
And that's understandable. So again, maybe that needs to go back to governance to revisit how that's laid out.
Okay.
And we've done that analysis. When we did that analysis previously, the number was far greater than the number of people we have around the table today. So it grew significantly.
Mr. Chair.
Last comment.
Okay. So we have an electoral college in this country for a reason. So it prevents the majority from abusing their power over the minority. We've come to a place on this board where that's occurred. And it occurs because of the language that I just heard from Grace. There's always an excuse why you can't create that balance to give fairness to a county, a little tiny county like Geauga County. It is quite doable without any harm to this voting group to add the county engineer to that seat. And that's the proper thing to do because we're the only ones that have only 3 commissioners on the board. Everybody else has got Lorraine, while their county engineer is through a commissioner seat, they've got 7 people on the board. And so everybody else has got a representation of 3 commissioners who was the original contract along with the county engineer. So I think this board, especially the Lorraine County, think about the precedent that this sets. 2 commissioners can come in and through a request to the director of NOACA, make a change to the bylaws so that they can impact another commissioner. That's not a good precedent to set.
So one of the things that has come out of this conversation is a future conversation with the governance committee about the composition of the board. It's probably ripe, and also a discussion with the executive committee because any change will require change in bylaws. But I will say, as was said at the outset, this was a request to this body by the Board of County Commissioners of Geauga County. As was said by a few people, it seems to be something internal that they also need to concern themselves with and work out, as you said earlier. So do we have a request before
Mr.
the
Chair,
board?
one
by-
slight correction. That wasn't the board that made the request. That was 2 commissioners that made the request.
It's an action from the board, though. It's a
it was not.
request from the board, rather.
There was no resolution
No,
made by the board.
sorry about the word action, but I mean action in a different sense than a noun, or excuse me, than in a action that we're looking here at. It was acted upon by 2 commissioners who communicated to us the desire in the board.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if they acted upon it
No,
within
I'm
their
not-
own council,
Not using
right?
act in the,
Yes.
in the voting sense.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so we have a motion, and I know this is complicated. I would say, once again, we will continue to look at board composition through the governance committee and the executive committee and back with this board. But we today have a matter before us that has been brought to staff, has been motioned by Commissioner Brackey and seconded by Engineer Howe. So I'm now going to call the question with the qualifier that we will be back no matter talking about governance. There was a proposal today about the size of this board being too large. So there's either additions or subtractions perhaps in the future according to bylaws. Okay, Mayor, I'll give you the last word before we go.
I'm so sorry
Yeah.
to prolong this, but I am curious. So there are 3 commissioners. What are the roles of their alternates currently? Not one of the commissioners has the the county engineer as their alternate?
Yeah, we do. He's,
Oh, you're there?
Engineer.
Right, but then that
Welcome.
prohibits, that prohibits the county commissioner from coming at the same time as the engineer.
Correct. Okay, that's, I just wanted.
yeah. And just, can I just add one more thing?
Please.
I mean, I think this is about adding the engineer, not subtracting anybody, and making sure we have that expertise on our 3-member panel that's represented here. And then that gives the engineer an opportunity to have someone from the engineer's department as his alternate, rather than him being the engineer and really no one backing him up.
Thank you. Commissioner Riddell, because
As
you're the host.
as a governance matter, though, much like what we did earlier with the project that hadn't gone through the process, I think we have to recognize, do we want to pass a resolution to support something that wasn't brought to us officially from the commissioners? Why did they not adopt a resolution of their own to approach NOACA and change the seat? And then we would know that the local community has supported that.
I think this question of how the correspondence came in is at issue. So Commissioner, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is we followed the proper process in how to handle this
Yeah.
change.
Previously, at least during my tenure, it has not been required to have any kind of motion or vote at the local level. It's a simple request from the jurisdiction. And again, in this case, it was 2 out of the 3 commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
By verbal request. And I want to clarify once again, Mr. Claypool, I want to clarify once again that the word action is used in the sense of a verbal communication, not a Board of County Commissioners.
But
Official.
generally speaking, and I'm glad that the gentleman over here with the white hair and beard brought that up.
Commissioner Riddell.
Commissioner Riddell.
Thank you, Commissioner. Generally speaking, the board is the board. You can't take direction from one individual on the board or 2 individuals on the board. The board has to speak formally through a motion. that is what the general rules, I think, of the law is. And so the board doesn't act in any other action with the board when an individual speaks. The voice of the board is the board taking action and making a motion. And that did not occur here.
So that is what we're doing here today. This went through the process in that it was requested of me, of staff. Staff put it on the governance committee agenda. It was reviewed and voted on by the governance committee, was sent to executive. Executive put it on the board agenda, and it can only happen with board approval today.
But the request did not come from the Geauga County Board. The request came from individuals on the board. And so I would implore this group to consider the precedent. Again, you're setting. I don't know where this is going to go, but if the precedent is you can have one or two people just come to Grace Galucci and say, hey, we want to change something, that creates a bad precedent for the future. And so there should be, if they want to do this, if Carolyn and Jim want to make that formal, have them go back, pass a motion and bring it to the board, and then bring this back up at a future board meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
My understanding is that the proper procedures have been followed to submit this resolution in front of the board today. I would ask for a roll call on this resolution.
We do have a motion and we have a second. And we now have a request for a roll call.
Call the question, vote, whatever.
I'm hearing call the question from some. Are you comfortable with? All right. We've had extensive discussion on the matter. I'm going to call the question by voice vote. And that voice vote, I want to ask now, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
We now need a roll call.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Brenda, you're busy today. The motion second, we have a roll call.
Mayor Alai,
No.
Mayor Antoskivitz,
Yes.
Commissioner Beveridge,
No.
Mayor Blackwell,
No.
Mayor Bopes,
No.
Commissioner Brackey,
Yes.
Jeff Brandon,
No.
Mayor Brennan,
Yes.
Mayor Brubaker,
No.
Ben Capel, Mayor Costelli. He's gone. Mary Serby,
Yes.
Mayor Corcoran,
Yes.
Mark Cunningham,
Yes.
Mayor DeGeeter,
No.
Kyle Dreyfus Wells. She's gone. Mayor Holzheimer Gail,
Yes.
Councilman Griffin,
Yes.
Commissioner Harrison,
Nope.
Councilwoman House Jones,
No.
Councilman Casey,
No.
Mayor Kumar,
Abstain.
Paul McAfee,
No.
Councilman McCormick,
Yes.
Callie Merson,
Yes.
Matt Moss,
Yes.
Commissioner Riddell,
No.
Chris Ronayne,
I will abstain.
Mayor Thomas,
Yes.
Bonnie Tewin,
Yes.
Dale Vandersomen.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you say yes?
Yes.
Bob Clyber,
No.
Bethany Dentler. She's gone. Debbie Berry,
Yes.
Andy Hawk,
Yes.
Linda Sternheimer,
Yes.
Joseph Nanny,
Yes.
Thomas Patrick,
No.
Mike Kubek,
Yes.
Mayor Mara,
No.
Andy Rose,
No.
Skip Claypool.
No.
Okay, so we have 19 yes votes and 17 no votes. Okay.
Okay, the motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a
Mr.
quick
Becker,
question.
please.
How will the Geauga County Commissioners determine who will be the two commissioners that will sit in the seats that are available as compared to the engineer seat now?
So we handle that at our organizational meeting, which will be at the beginning of next year.
Yeah.
So the board will actually take action to do
Yeah,
that, right?
Yeah.
all three commissioners will
Great,
have to act.
thanks.
All right, well, thank you for that exchange. We obviously have some work to do relative to governance and some procedures and making clear where we're at on things. Please, Director.
Yeah, just for the record, the Code of Regulations also requires us to bring this change to the board at least how many days in advance is it? Liz?
Are you talking about the fact that we had to bring it for presentation first?
Correct.
Yes, we have to either give special, we have to give notice before it can be voted on. In this case, we did that by presenting it at an existing meeting, or we would have had to call a special.
Correct. So the point is we brought this to the March board meeting and presented the situation. We did not get any objection at that time.
Mr. Chair, one last question.
Yes, please.
For this to
Commissioner
go
Bailey.
into effect, all 5 counties must also adopt it as well?
That is correct. Ratification is required.
So if one county says no, then it doesn't get passed.
That would be correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for those clarifications. And we will move on to finance and audit presentation by Jason.
Good afternoon. Okay, so the action requested today is to adopt resolution 2025-25, which authorizes the executive director, CEO, to give a notice of termination of the Northeast Ohio Brownfield Program loan agreement to the city of Middleburg Heights. This was previously, the loan was previously approved by the board in 2023. That resolution is listed there. And this was recommended by the Finance and Audit Committee at its May 9th meeting. So as I stated, the loan agreement between NOACA and City of Middleburg Heights was executed on March 14th of 2023. Sorry. Or no, that is correct. March 14, 2024. Apologies. And that loan was for $500,000 for asbestos remediation at the former Sears and Sears Auto site at 6950 West 130th Street. NOACA staff received a formal request from Mayor Castelli to terminate the loan on April 8, 2025, citing the following reasons or following aspects. So the Ohio State Historical Preservation Office had a delay in their review of the historical significance of the buildings. But in addition, the city had expended funds in excess of the match required by the Ohio Department of Development grant that they received. Project bids were lower than expected, and the ODOT grant would fully cover the cleanup and demo. And the city had not drawn any money from the loan to date. So the financial impact, that $500,000 will be unencumbered from the revolving loan fund, but those funds will become available again for new projects. And pending board approval, NOACA staff will update the budget to reflect that availability of funds. And again, the action requested here is approval of resolution 2025-025, which authorizes the executive director, CEO, to give a notice of termination to the city of Middleburg Heights.
Okay, that's understood. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Mayor Serby. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Harrison. Any questions, discussion? All right, seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll thank Mayor Costelli as well. Thank you. Next item, we have Jason again. Keep rolling, Jason.
Got it. This action being requested today is that the Board of Directors approve Resolution 2025-026, which amends the repayment term for the Brownfields Program loan to NREUV MLK Plaza LLC from 10 years to 18 years, as well as require a surety bond. The previous action, the loan offer was approved by the board on March 8, 2024. It was recommended by the Finance and Audit Committee at its May 9th meeting, and this recommendation was approved by the Vibrant Neo Board of Directors just Monday this week on June 9th. So to review the approved loan terms and conditions, it was a 10-year repayment, a personal guarantee from Dr. Gina Merritt, who is the sole owner of the LLC, $30,000 of debt service reserve funds in escrow for the duration of the loan, a Cognovit promissory note, and if possible, a surety bond to ensure NOACA against a default. The Brownfield Steering Committee originally noted that, or recommended that if a surety bond could not be secured, that could be removed from the terms and conditions. Through negotiations with Dr. Gina Merritt, she requested that the repayment term be extended to 18 years. And the reason for that was to be coterminous with their other loans from Freddie Mac and the Cleveland Foundation. Coterminous loans would ensure that all are paid back equitably throughout the loan term. We reviewed the request and consulted with Sudsina and Associates, the financial consultant retained for the Brownfields program, and they did not see an issue with it, and noted that longer payback would result in better cash flow as well as take pressure off the loan. When presented to the Finance and Audit Committee, they were in support of the extended term, but recommended that the surety bond be required by the LLC in order to have a little stronger collateral with the loan recipient. Financial impact, this would reduce the annual payments to $16,667, and that therefore would result in less money revolved back into the revolving loan fund for new loans. And pending board approval, the loan terms and conditions will be amended to include 18-year repayment term and require the surety bond prior to execution of the loan by the appropriate parties. Again, the board is asked to approve resolution 2025-026, which amends the repayment term for the Brownfields program loan to NREUV MLK Plaza from 10 years to 18 years and require a surety bond.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Breaky. Any questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Jason, you still have the floor.
Last one.
Can you just note me as abstaining?
Abstain. Okay, note the abstention of Councilwoman House Jones. Thank you.
Okay, my final action requested is sorry, for the Board of Directors to approve or to adopt Resolution 2025-027, which offers a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to the Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund in the amount of $166,905. And this is conditional upon availability of funds. This was recommended by the Finance and Audit Committee at its May 9th meeting, and this was also approved by the Vibrant Neo Board of Directors on June 9th. Background on the site: it is located at 7,000 Central Avenue in Cleveland. It is a 9.6 acre parcel with a 185,000 square foot building. It was previously industrial manufacturing, is zoned for such, and aligns with their proposed reuse. The property is still undergoing environmental assessments, but they do believe that the existing structure will be renovated, and ideal candidates include food production, rail users, or aerospace. And you can see from the picture that there is currently a rail connection. So that is a very distinct possibility, and it's anticipated to create 100 permanent jobs. So as I said, they're still going through some environmental assessments, but they do have significant assessments completed. The request for $166,905 is for lead-based paint remediation. Satsina and Associates, the financial consultant, did deem them creditworthy. And as I stated, the Vibrant Neo Board voted to approve the funding recommendation on June 9th, just this Monday. Financial impact would be allocation of the requested amount from the revolving loan fund, and actual disbursements would be based on eligible expenses and would be in reimbursement. So pending board approval, the loan will be executed and funds encumbered. This recommendation is conditional upon availability of funds. As Grace mentioned towards the beginning of the meeting, we did receive supplemental funding from US EPA, as well as we now have funds available from the original Middleburg Heights loan. So again, this is the board is asked to approve Resolution 2025-027, which offers a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to the Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund in the amount of $166,905.
Thank you, Jason. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Ms. Serby. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Kumar. Any questions?
I need to abstain.
Abstention? Ms. Berry? Okay, seeing no questions, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, Jason, for those three items.
Thank you.
Lindy Burt, keeping pace. Vanpool.
Good afternoon. I'm going to turn it over to my executive director for an introduction on this item.
So our Vanpool program was launched in 2022. At the time, we did say that it would be somewhat of a pilot. We have been seeing some success with the program, and we have two items on the agenda that relate to the Vanpool. One is a ratification of the existing contract, and one is the ability to enter into a new contract for the Vanpool program. And with that, I will turn it back over to Lindy to get the detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Okay, so the action being requested under this item is that the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 2025-028. This would ratify a contract amendment that was executed with Clerac LLC, doing business as Commute with Enterprise, by the Executive Director on February 21st, 2025. This item was reviewed and recommended by the Finance and Audit Committee at their meeting on May 9th. So a little background on the contract itself. In December 2021, the board authorized a 3-year contract with Commute with Enterprise for the operation of NOACA's van pool program. That contract did expire in February early this year, 2025. So in order to keep service going and allow ourselves time to procure a new contract, we executed an amendment on February 21st, 2025. This extended the contract just through June 30th or through the end of this month. And it also maintained the current pricing of the contract during the period of extension. And this achieved continued service for the employer and the commuter participants. And that, again, it also enabled us to go through a procurement process for the next contract period. And we initiated that that procurement process in March. The estimated financial impact of the amendment, it's actually a little less than what was stated in your board materials. The estimated amount of that March, April, May, June, four-month period is $155,000. And this is estimated because we're still going through invoices received, and we still have not received the June invoice. The funding source on this program is CMAQ, federal CMAQ funds. So next steps, pending board approval, NOACA would complete the amended contract period ending June 30th, 2025. So again, and to recap, action being requested, approval of resolution 2025-028, ratifying a contract amendment executed with Commute with Enterprise by the executive director on February 21st of 2025.
All right, thank you, Lenny. Do we have a motion? Please. Thank you, Mayor Gail. Second. Thank you, Mayor Bobst. Any questions? All right. Seeing none. All in favor? Aye. All right. Any opposed? Nope. Okay. Motion carries. Thanks. Next item, Wendy.
Thank you. Action being requested under this item is that the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 2025-029. This would authorize the Executive Director to enter into a contract for up to 3 years, renewing annually with Clarac LLC, doing business as Commute with Enterprise, to operate the Regional Van Pool Program. Previous action on this item, it was reviewed and recommended by the Finance and Audit Committee at their meeting on May 9th. So a little bit of background on the program itself. NOACA currently operates 53 van pools through the program. Each van pool is specific to a single work site. Employee participation is voluntary, and the selected vendor will provide the vehicles and operate all services under the program. NOACA, with the funding under the contract, NOACA provides a partial subsidy for the cost of each van pool that ranges from 50 up to 80%. And then the balance of costs are paid by the rider participants, and then some employers that offer a subsidy under the program as well. And the current service provider is Commute with Enterprise, as noted under the prior item. The goals of the program are to provide residents with expanded opportunity to participate in the local economy. It's also to reduce commute time at a competitive transportation cost, and also to improve regional air quality by reducing number of vehicles on the road and then therefore transportation-related carbon emissions. The scope of work under the program includes vehicle acquisition and leasing, fleet management, marketing. The company also operates a web-based user application. They coordinate with all the drivers and bring them on board. They offer rider support. They undertake all invoicing and accounting under the program, and they also collect data and provide required reports to NOACA. A little bit about the procurement process. We posted an RFP on March 7th for 4 weeks. We also conducted direct outreach to 7 potential vendors and also sent it to a couple of the paratransit providers, hoping they might know other vendors in the field that could potentially respond to the RFP. We also held a pre-proposal conference for vendors that enables them to ask questions about the program and the procurement process. We received 1 proposal in response and are recommending to move forward with that proposal, which was submitted by Commute with Enterprise. The financial impacts of this contract are approximately $500,000 It is a demand-driven program, so that can fluctuate. I think the current program period, we spent about $400,000. So the cost is actually based on the number of van pools that are in operation and the amount of subsidy that each van pool receives if they meet certain criteria. If you recall, the range between 50 and 80% that they can receive. We would like to structure this as a one-year contract with 2 one-year options to renew. So again, contracting with that vendor for up to 3 years. And again, the funding source on this is federal CMAQ funds. So next steps, pending board approval, NOACA would enter into a contract with Clarac LLC, doing business with Commute with Enterprise to operate the program. So recapping action requested is to approve Resolution 2025-029, authorizing Executive Director to enter into a contract for up to 3 years, renewable annually, with Commute with Enterprise to operate a regional van pool program.
All right, you see the resolution before you. Do we have a motion? Thank you, Mayor Bopst. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mayor DeGeeter. Any questions? Yes, please.
I'm sorry. We got to move mic again. The 508,000, is that, was that an up to amount? You said it could fluctuate, but it can not.
It's an estimate based, actually, I should have stated, which I didn't. We estimated that number based on 58 van pools at a 50% subsidy rate. And that was because at one point, the higher point during the last program period, we had 58. We're now down to 53. So they do come on and drop off, but we are hoping to grow the program with strength and marketing activities this year.
Does the contract have an annual cap?
No, I don't. Well, the budget would be, no.
Yeah, if I may, so we are able to control the dollars spent through the annual budget process. So the board will approve a budget and then it will be executed through this contract to that cap.
And the CMAQ dollars follow the amount we spend on that too? Or is that all CMAQ dollars?
It is all CMAQ dollars, correct?
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Lindy. Next one.
Okay. Action being requested under this item is that the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 2025-030, authorizing the Executive Director to exercise the option to extend contracts with Eggman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services, or RECOR, for provision of traffic count services for 1 year. This item was also reviewed and recommended by the Finance and Audit Committee at their meeting on May 9th. Some background on the program. NOACA's traffic count program is used to calibrate and validate different modules of its travel forecasting model. We also do share the data that we collect under the program with other stakeholders in the region for transportation planning activities. The timeline of the program itself: in July and August, the TPED division undertakes program planning and preparation for the upcoming count period, and then the counts are conducted each year in late September and October. The original contract was procured through an RFP process that we conducted in February and March of 2024. We received 5 proposals in response to that process. And at that point, we decided to select 2 vendors for contract. And this enabled us to explore some new technology that one of the vendors was offering and see how it impacted the accuracy of our results. So those original contracts were approved by the Board of Directors in June of 2024. The financial impacts of this extension is that we would be extending in the amount of $100,000 with each vendor. So that's a total financial impact of $200,000 for the year. And some good news that both vendors have agreed to hold their pricing fixed for the upcoming year. The source of funds on this contract is NOACA's Consolidated Planning Grant Program. Next steps on this: pending board approval, NOACA would extend the contracts with Eggman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services. So again, action being requested is to approve Resolution 2025-030, authorizing Executive Director to exercise the option to extend contracts with Eggman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services for NOACA's traffic count program.
Thank you, Lindy. Can I have a motion? Who do I got? Thank you, Commissioner Riddell, in a second. Thank you, Mark Cunningham. Any questions? Comments? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Okay, motion carries. Lindy, next one's yours.
So this, Grace, did you want to provide an intro to this one as well?
With the electric vehicle charging program, as I stated earlier in my remarks, we have been moving forward with phase one, and this will be an amendment to the contract with the consultant in order to add a warranty component to it.
Thank you. So action being requested under this item is that the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 2025-031, authorizing the Executive Director to amend the contract with SAF Inc. in an amount not to exceed $100,000 to purchase extended manufacturer warranties for the electric vehicle charging station equipment. This item was reviewed and recommended by the Finance and Audit Committee at its meeting on May 9th. So background on this item, phase one of the EV charging station program was initiated in July of 23, and the expected completion of phase one construction is August of this summer. Phase one includes 46 charging units at 40 locations across the NOACA region. That's 27 L2 dual chargers and 19 DCFC chargers. Section 6.10 of the partner agreement that we executed with each site owner included a provision for commitment of 5 years of maintenance. Each unit did come with a basic 2-year warranty, so this amendment would enable us to fulfill that commitment and purchase an additional 3-year extension of each basic warranty. The total cost not to exceed for this item is $100,000. The current contract with SAF Inc. is $3,542,262. So this would raise that, and with a new contract amount of $3,642,262. The source of this contract amendment is the CMAQ funds, as with the project. And this is also within the total budget that was established for the phase one project is $4,140,000. So next steps on this, pending board approval, NOACA would execute a contract amendment with SAF Inc. and proceed with the purchase of extended warranties for the equipment installed under phase one of the EV charge station program. And action again being requested is approval of resolution 2025-031, authorizing executive director in the contract with SAF Inc. in an amount not to exceed $100,000 to purchase extended manufacturer warranties for the EV charging station equipment.
Okay, thank you, Lindy. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, trustee Brandon. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'll go down to the corner there, Mayor. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes. Sure.
Please.
Do I read your presentation correct that the original contracts were for us to guarantee for 2 years with the manufacturer that we were paying for, and the owner, wherever the stations are, was supposed to pick up 3 years for a 5-year?
No, it's the exact opposite, that we committed in our agreements with the site owners of 5 years of maintenance. The equipment came with a basic 2-year warranty. So this amendment would add on the 3 years to fulfill the commitment that we made to site owners for a total of 5 years.
So we had no commitment from the local owner for maintenance at any point yet?
Not under this phase of the project, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and we have a second, and we have, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Lindy. All right, Jim Thompson. Annual priority list.
Great, thank you. I'm Jim Thompson, Manager of Capital Programs here at NOACA, and I'm going to be presenting Resolution 2025-32, State Fiscal Year 2026 Annual Priority List. Okay, so it's requested that the Board of Directors adopt the following resolution. That's Resolution 2025-32, which would approve the NOACA State Fiscal Year 26 Annual Priority List. And previously, this was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee and the Planning and Programming Committee. So a little bit of background about our process. You just approved the long-range plan a few resolutions ago. And then in March, you actually approved the Transportation Improvement Program, which is our 4-year program of projects. So this one is really about our 1-year commitment to projects that we want to implement in 2026. So this is really focused only on NOACA funded projects. So that's SCBG, Transportation Alternatives, Carbon Reduction Program, and CMAQ funding, excuse me. So all of the projects for the APL or draft APL, they've all met NOACA project evaluation criteria. And they, excuse me, do you mind taking over for me? I can't see very well. So, oh, do you mind taking over for me? I can't see very well. Yeah, sorry about that. Sure. Thank you.
The projects in the priority list all have met NOACA's project evaluation criteria and are on the plan. Staff and the sponsors and ODOT all concur that the projects that are in the 2026 priority list can in fact award a contract by the end of calendar year 2026. This is the basis for our capital performance measures by which we measure how well we are able to encumber funds for these projects in the fiscal year and award the projects when they are scheduled to be awarded in the specific quarter. The priority list itself contains 25 projects. It's a total of $68 million. Any additional funds that do become available in 2026 would be expended with consideration given to our hierarchy of approved approved by our board, and that is to reduce planned debt service requirements, the advancing any future projects in a later year, funding new projects, or perhaps funding increases to currently programmed projects. So the funding distribution by project work type, basically about 1% goes to traffic control safety. 15% of the funding is going towards projects involving shared use paths. Then we have about 11% of the 68 million that is committed to transit projects, 21% to the bridge preservation. And then there's an intersection improvement. This is utilizing about 3% of that 68 million. And then there's landscaping aesthetic, which is also a percentage of the overall 68 million, plus pedestrian facilities. But the primary percentage is going to the roadway minor rehabilitation. Some of the projects that we have listed here, just to give you a sense of what is involved. This is the Rockside Road bridges, an intersection improvement located at State Route 162 in Medina County. Also Mayfield Heights traffic signal upgrade. And then we have a number of roadway projects in Cleveland, sponsored by the Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works, one located in Lakewood, Rocky River, Geauga County Engineer Wilson Mills. Then there's some in Lake County in Paynesville on State Route 84, as well as Wickliffe. And Wickliffe, East 305th Street resurfacing. Again, more projects, roadway projects shown here. There are 4 in Lorain County, one in Avon on Chester Road, one in Lorain on Tower Boulevard. And then there's 2 Lorain County engineer-sponsored projects on East River Road and Pile South Amherst. And then finally, we have a roadway project along State Route 40 or US 42 in Medina. And then we finally have some bicycle pedestrian facilities, namely the Lake Clifton Connector, the Cleveland Metro Park sponsored Lake Link Trail. City of Parma has a shared use path on South Park. And then the Lake Tran has some Vine Street corridor streetscape improvements, as Westfield has a sidewalk improvement project. And then we have the transit projects, vehicle purchases or rail car replacements rather, for GCRTA, as well as some bus replacements for GCRTA. So pending board approval, NOACA would manage this program for 2026 to ensure the expenditure of all available funding during the fiscal year, including advancement of additional projects should funding become available. So with that, I would like to request this board's approval of Resolution 2025-032, approving the NOACA SFY 2026 Annual Priority List.
Do I have a motion? Thank you, Director Serby. Do I have a second? Thank you, Keisha Chamber. Any questions? Yeah, any questions? Okay. All in favor of the annual priority list?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, Ed. All right. We are going to Derek Taylor, functional classification amendment.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'll be talking about Resolution 2025-33 Function Classification Amendment Recommendation for the Berea Freeway, also State Route 237. So we're requesting that Board of Directors adopt the following, a revision of 2.5 miles of the Berea Freeway / State Route 237 from Eastland Road to I-71, from a principal arterial other classification to a principal arterial freeway / expressway classification. This was previously recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee and the Planning and Programming Committee. So the background, why are we doing this now? FHWA, in conjunction with ODOT and the MPOs throughout the country, we do a function classification review of the entire system. This occurs a few years after the census data comes out. State DOTs and MPOs review the function classification network for, among other things, technical data errors. Maybe a road has been realigned, so you got to fix, the geometry and the GIS layers. So, very technical type of things. But as we're doing this review, we can also suggest revisions to the classification network. And then we send the approvals to ODOT, and then they send those off to FHWA. So what we're recommending today, and this is requested by NOACA staff through that review, 2.5 miles of the Berea Freeway from Eastland Road in the south. As you see there, it's the purple line on the map, all the way up to its connection to 71. Currently, it's classified as a principal arterial other. We are proposing it to be a principal arterial freeway / expressway. Now, to also describe how we found this situation or this revision. When we were downloading crash data for our community safety reports that were referenced earlier in the meeting, we were downloading crash data for all of City of Cleveland for arterials, and this roadway came up. And as we looked closer at it, we said, well, why is this roadway in this data set? This seems like a highway to us. Just based on it, the aerial photography, the amount of traffic, all the criteria that we have to go through. So that's why this stuck out. And then the timing was just right because we were going through this FHWA federal classification review. So we said, let's get this reclassified. We think it's a freeway. It shouldn't just be classified as a normal arterial. This is a little background on what we look at when we're thinking about revisions. The diagram on the left-hand side is a graph of movement and access. As you can see there, the freeway is mostly about movement. There's very controlled access points. And as you move down the classification strata, you go from arterials and collectors, which are both about moving and accessibility. And then you get down to the local roads and even cul-de-sacs, which are mainly about providing access to properties and residential commercial areas. Then on the right-hand side, there's a diagram, which is a drawing of the function classification system, simplified. You have the highway going north-south with the interchanges. You have the dark black lines heading north and south, east and west, connecting to the highway. Those are the arterials. Then you have those dashed lines, which would be collectors. They're collecting trips and vehicles from the residential or commercial areas and feeding them onto the arterials for the longer trips. So as we think about what a principal arterial is, there's three classifications here. One is an interstate, which, as you can see in the lower right or lower left-hand corner, that would be I-71. That's just a picture at the interchange there between 176 and I-71 South. The second classification of principal arterial would be other freeway. So that would be non-interstate highways. So that example right there would be State Route 176 is a highway, but it's not an interstate. Then you have three, which the federal terminology calls other. Now, other is, we're very familiar at NOACA. Just an example is Superior Avenue. That's a shot like eastward towards the NOACA building. And that would be considered a principal arterial other. It doesn't have the criteria or characteristics of a traditional highway. It provides access and mobility more so than a highway would. And that's the question we're trying to make here. Is the Berea Freeway, which classification is it? Is it number 2 or is it 3? Is it more like Superior Avenue or is it more like State Route 176? So a little bit of the history, the Berea Freeway was originally built in 1968 as an expressway. It was then converted to a freeway in the mid 80s. Here's a few pictures of the facility. On the left that's north facing northbound just south of the Snow Road interchange. As you can see here, it's a divided highway. There's clear signage that represents it as a highway. It does, like I mentioned before, this is more like State Route 176 in our region than it is the Superior Avenue. And then the picture on the right is southbound just north of Hopkins Airport. Again, no pedestrian facilities. This is a facility about moving people quickly through, and it's not about providing access. And here, this is a picture here showing like there's very controlled access points along the 2.5 mile stretch. There's 3 access points, one at Snow, one at Hopkins Airport, and then one at the 480 Brook Park area. There's no access to any of the driveways or any of the properties along this 2.5 mile stretch, which again is characteristic of a highway. So in 2014, the NOACA board approved a resolution that spelled out the criteria that we have to look at for making this type of revision. First, we look at characteristics of the roadway, then we look at our class network share, and then we look at accessibility and density analysis. So step 1 is the roadway characteristics. We look at lane width, average daily traffic, access, parallel spacing with other similar facilities. And as you can see here, it meets all the function classifications from FHWA. And it's on, it's well within the average daily traffic of a normal highway, more so than a principal, just a regular old principal arterial. This carries a lot of traffic on it, and it has the access points are full control. Then you look at, would adding this function classification, would it make an imbalanced network? FHWA has suggested ranges of the percentages of the lane miles the mileage that you would suggest for a balanced system. And as you can see here, we look at the region. We're well within the range of 0 to 2% for these principal arterials. Then you look at the county that it's located in, it's not overrepresented here. And then if you add that 2.5 miles, it doesn't really move the needle all that much. So we're still well within the suggested range. Then the step 3 is mostly about analyzing like accessibility. And as I mentioned before, we're proposing this be classified as a freeway. And freeways are about mobility, so this step is not applicable. You wouldn't measure accessibility to neighboring properties because there is none. It's very controlled. So pending board approval, we would forward this on to ODOT and FHWA for their approval.
Call it question, but just for the verdict here, what is the verdict on what it's actually going to be classified as?
Yeah, let's see. It says right here. So right now it's principal arterial other, and we're suggesting a revision to principal arterial freeway expressway.
All right. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Second. Bonnie, thank you. Thank you for everybody. Any questions?
Just one quick question. Does this open up this road for additional levels of funding, state or federal, that it wouldn't have been open to otherwise, this classification change?
Not that I'm aware of. This is purely just classification for, data organization and just those types of things. It's on the federal aid system regardless.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Serby.
Just a question. I think I asked it in one of the other previous committees, but can you remind me on the speed on this section of the road?
It is 50 miles an hour, and towards the north end near 71, it's actually 60 miles an hour.
Okay. And then is there any signage as it becomes a local street when it gets to the south?
You approach a signalized intersection at Eastland. I believe there's probably signage telling you to start to slow down since you're approaching a,
Yeah.
signal.
I'm just thinking of the Shoreway and I know it's like freeway ends and then it drops to 35. So I'm just, I guess for concern for Berea and others, when it already feels like a highway. I know that and it's been driven like that, but just some kind of, I don't know if it's required or if it's just nice to have, but a sign to make sure people know that this is now, you're going to
Yeah,
hit a
that-
light
just-
and slow down.
Just to clarify, like, we're just classifying the roadway as it operates now. We're not, this isn't changing any of the regulations or anything around, well, the freeway as it is. And it's called the Berea Freeway, just to colloquially, like, in a local sense. So, we just know this is basically an error that we found in the data set that we want to correct.
All right. Thank you
Yeah.
for the correction. Good. I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Next item. Thank you again, Derek. That's a Turnbull, resolution 202534.
Good afternoon. My name is Kessa Turnbull. I am the safety planner at NOACA, and I'm here to present on Resolution 2025-034, Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure Targets. Good, I chose the right button. We are asking the board to adopt the 2025 Public Transportation Safety Performance Measure Targets, which have been recommended by the Transit Council, Transportation Subcommittee, and Planning and Programming Committee. Last June, the board passed Resolution 2024-037 to approve the current Regional Transportation Agency Safety Performance Targets. Public transportation providers and state departments of transportation must establish safety performance targets to address the safety performance measures identified in the National Public Transportation Safety Plan. This requirement excludes transportation systems that only receive federal assistance under Sections 5310 or 11. The required targets are for total fatalities, injuries, and safety events, as well as their rate per vehicle revenue miles, as well as system reliability, which is the mean distance between major mechanical failures. The transit agencies update and adopt these targets annually, and then MPOs must coordinate with them to set regional performance targets within 180 days. Then NOACA includes the performance targets in its Transportation Improvement Program and long-range plan updates. NOACA staff coordinate with transit agencies and partners to update safety targets, MPO agreements, and planning documents. On the following slides, black numbers represent targets that have remained the same from last year, blue colors indicate that a target has improved, and red numbers indicate that a target has gone in the wrong direction. For the first few columns, this is very straightforward. More injuries, fatalities, and safety events are bad, fewer are good. However, for system reliability, you actually want to see the numbers getting bigger, not smaller, since that means that the distance between failures has increased. Lake Trent and Geauga County Transit share targets, and as you can see, they have mostly held steady in black or improved in blue. However, system reliability has decreased for motor buses. Lorraine County Transit has set targets of 1 injury for both demand response and motor bus, which translates to 0.34 and 0.83 per 100,000 vehicle revenue miles. Medina County Public Transit system reliability is decreasing for both demand response and motor bus services, but the rest of the targets are either holding steady or decreasing in a positive direction. GCRTA is our region's only Class 1 transit provider, which means that the Federal Transit Administration has updated its requirements for this year. As a result, it no longer makes sense to compare 2024 targets to 2025 as the methodologies have shifted. Additionally, several new targets have been added. On the upcoming slides, I have circled the targets that are consistent with those of the region's other transit providers. For 2025, GCRTA anticipates 0 fatalities, 11 injuries on rail, 134 on bus, and 20 on paratransit, which translates to rates of 0.39, 1.0, and 0.5 per 100,000 revenue miles. For collisions, GCRTA has set targets of 52 for buses and 12 for paratransit, which translate to rates of 0.4 and 0.3 per 100,000 revenue miles. They anticipate no pedestrian collisions across any mode and vehicular collision rates of 0 for rail, 0.4 for buses, and 0.3 for paratransit per 100,000 revenue miles. We're looking at 62 major events for bus, 25 and 12 for rail and paratransit, and system reliability, which is still the mean distance between failures, of 106 for rail, 788 for bus, and 45 for paratransit. Some of you may have noticed that in addition to transit worker fatality and injury rates, your attachment also mentions assaults on transit workers. The reason I didn't list them on the slides is that they only started tracking data in 2023, and therefore they don't have a rolling average yet. Consequently, the average and target are unavailable, and I didn't think any of you were interested in seeing a slide full of not availables. We'll continue to coordinate with transit agencies, and if the board adopts these targets today, they'll be included in NOACA's Transportation Improvement Program and Long Range Plan. Once again, I'm requesting that you approve Resolution 2025-034 to adopt the Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure Targets for 2025.
Thank you,
for your
Kessa.
time.
Do I have a motion on the safety targets? What do I got there? Thank you, Ben. And second from Mayor Blackwell. Any questions? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Kessa. Go to Sarah Stanzi. These are the FPAs. I know we can do FPAs pretty quick.
Yes.
They're important, but we can do them quick. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sarah Stanzi, Water Quality Planner 1 here at NOACA. Today we have 4 FPA boundary and prescription modifications for your consideration. So we're going to try to move through those quickly. I would just say that the key point across all of these items is that all affected parties are in agreement. So we are recommending that the board adopts Resolution 2025-035, which would modify the prescriptions for wastewater treatment for a 15.5 acre portion of a larger 50.65 acre parcel from areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years. This item was recommended by NOACA's Water Quality Subcommittee and Planning and Programming Committee. So some background on this item, the reason for the request is to allow for the extension of sanitary sewers for the Highlands of Sharon Phase 3 subdivision in Sharon Township, which will be built on the affected parcel. Currently, the parcel has 2 prescriptions, which is the result of a parcel combination. So 2 adjacent parcels were combined that had different prescriptions, and this modification is basically to correct that for consistency with Clean Water 2020, our 208 plan. The affected parties are the City of Wadsworth and Sharon Township. Both have been notified and all parties are again in agreement. So you can see our maps. Attachment 2 on the left-hand side of the screen shows the current prescriptions. You can see the affected parcel currently has 2 prescriptions, areas served by on-site systems and sewers expected within 20 years. We're just proposing to make the entire parcel sewers expected within 20 years. So, yep. Already said that. And our next steps, as always, following board approval and certification, we will share with the affected agencies. And again, we're requesting approval of Resolution 2025-035, which would modify a portion of a parcel to sewers expected within 20 years for the entire parcel within the Wadsworth FPA in Sharon Township.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Do we have a motion on the Wadsworth FPA? Anyone? Thank you, Mayor Gail. Second by Mayor Serby. Any questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next one, Sarah.
So this is Resolution 2025-036, which would modify the Lorain County and Lorco FBA by transferring 2 parcels totaling 36.56 acres to the LaGrange FPA and changing the prescription for both parcels from areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years. Again, this item was recommended by the Water Quality Subcommittee and Planning and Programming Committee. The reason is to allow for sanitary sewer extension to serve a proposed residential and commercial development known as North Point. The Village of LaGrange submitted this application. Again, the transfer area is 2 parcels. I do want to note here that one of the affected parcels is located in the Village of LaGrange, and the other affected parcel is in LaGrange Township, which we'll see on our maps in the next slide. Currently, the parcels are within the Lorain County and Lorco FPA. We're proposing to transfer those to LaGrange FPA and change the prescriptions to sewers expected within 20 years. The affected parties are Village of LaGrange, Lorain County, Lorco, and LaGrange Township. All parties have been notified and are in agreement. Attachment 2 shows the current prescriptions. As you can see, one of the parcels is in the Village of LaGrange and the other is in LaGrange Township. Both are prescribed as areas served by on-site systems. And then attachment 3 shows our proposed change in prescriptions to sewers expected within 20 years and the transfer to the FPA. Following board approval and certification, again, we will send those resolutions out to the appropriate agencies. And we are requesting, again, the approval of Resolution 2025-036, which would modify the Lorraine County and Lorco FPA by transferring 2 parcels to the LaGrange FPA and changing the prescription for both parcels to sewers expected within 20 years.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Do we have a motion for the Lorraine County FBA? I'll take the same team. Mayor Gail, thank you on the motion. Mr. Cunningham, thank you on the second. Any questions? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Pam Davis.
I have the pleasure for the next two. Resolution 2025-037 is a modification to the Medina County FPA in Sharon Township to allow for sanitary sewers for the Windfall subdivision. We're going to be transferring a portion. We're modifying. Let me slow down. I'm in a hurry. We're modifying the prescriptions, not the boundary. We're modifying the prescriptions for 2 parcels. Parcels are, one is 0.62 acres due to a combination. We want them to all have currently sewered. And the second one is going to be a local prescription instead of served by onsite. And so these, again, it's a combination, and Medina County is preferring to use a local prescription in place of areas served by on-sites. We'll be working with Medina County in the next fiscal year to do their 5-year update, and we'll be reviewing a lot of this with them at that time. Applicant is Medina County Sanitary Engineer. It's currently in the FPA, and again, it's prescription changes for 1 parcel to be currently sewered, and the other parcel to be a local prescription. As Sarah mentioned, all parties are in agreement. So you'll see on the left, the yellow parcel and a little bit of green, that's the combination. So we want that to be currently sewered. And then the one below it to the south will be the local prescription. We had conversations with them about the parcels to the west and the parcel to the south. The sewer is only available to the 2 parcels, yellow and red. I'm sorry, and red may be in the future. So again, it's just making sure that we're cleaning up these prescriptions as we go forward and following the local prescriptions in Medina County. We'll follow our next steps. So we're asking the board to modify the prescriptions for 2 parcels from areas served on-site to currently sewered, on the other 2 areas served by on-sites to local prescriptions.
Excellent. Do we have a motion on the FPA in front of you?
So
Thank you,
moved.
Mayor Gail. And who else we got? Who's second? Thank you, Commissioner Riddell. Any questions? All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Pam.
Our final FPA and action item is 2025-038. This is a change to the Avon Lake Lorco Phase 1 FPA boundary and a change to the French Creek, which is North Ridgeville's FPA boundaries. And we're looking to change a prescription for 1 parcel along Burns Road. So the parcel is 6.2 acres. Currently, the Lorco Force Main goes through it. It's currently prescribed as sewers expected within 20 years. Then the request is to change it to currently sewered and take that parcel from Lorco, from the French Creek to the Lorco Phase 1. The reason why, since that force main goes through that property, when that easement was granted to Lorco, the property owner had actually negotiated a free tap-in fee for exchange for that easement in lieu of money. The intent by the property owners is to subdivide and allow the parent parcel to remain on site. So the applicant was submitted by Lorco. Again, it's 1 parcel in the North Ridgeville FPA, which is French Creek, and we're changing that 1 parcel to Avon Lake Lorco Phase 1. From sewers expected in 20 years to currently sewered. Again, all parties are in notification. This is not an ideal situation because it kind of creates a hole, but this action does not preclude North Ridgeville from serving the area around it. And since all parties are in agreement, and since the property owner negotiated in good faith for that easement for that Lorco Force Main, all parties agreed. It will be up to the property owner to determine the engineering to connect to that force main. So this resolution is to allow that modification to happen from French Creek to Avon Lake and to change the prescriptions from expected in 20 years to currently sewered. We'll follow our steps. And so that's the action before the board under 2025-038.
Thank you, Pam. Do we have a motion on the French Creek FPA? Okay, thank you, Director Serby. Do I have a second? Okay, thank you, Mayor Blackwell. Any questions on the matter? Seeing none, motion to approve. We've got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none. Motion carries. Thanks, Pam. Thanks, Sarah. And we are on to community reports, and this is the household travel survey. Got three of these and then we're out. Welcome.
Great, thank you, Chair, members of the board. My name is Jesse Casas with Westat. My colleague Laura Wilson and I will present the findings from the most recent household travel survey. Oops. Grace, did you need to do an introduction?
To save time, no, I don't need it to give an introduction. The Household Travel Survey, of course, is a once every 10-year survey that we do, and it is used not only to calibrate the model, but also for our long-range planning process.
Great, thank you. So there is no action requested, just a presentation and discussion. The preliminary results were presented at the January 31st Planning Program Committee. So this is just kind of an update on the final report. Just a quick background, the goal of the survey was to complete 9,000 completed surveys among entire households within the five county region, two partial counties. The travel dates were during the school season to pick up typical travel. And so typical travel during the week was considered Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We mailed out 685,000 invitations, which represents about 70% of the NOACA region's households. We recruited a grand total of 16,000, almost 16,500 households, and completed collecting trip information and travel behavior information from a total of 8,000 households. And that includes a 24-hour travel diary for every member of each recruited household. And so what this does is expanding the data, weighting the data. The survey represents over 950,000 households, over 2.2 million persons, 1.6 million vehicles, and 7.6 million trips, average daily trips made Tuesday through Thursday, as I mentioned. So just some of the key demographic distributions. One of the things that we wanted to monitor was the distribution proportional by each of the counties that we surveyed. And as you can see there, we have a pretty good representation by county. That was important in terms of the data quality. We compared the results to the American Community Survey census for the 8,000 completed surveys. And as you can see there, we have a pretty good distribution by household size. That's one of the metrics that we keep track of because that influences travel behaviors, the trip generation, and so forth. About 25% of the households have at least one child present. Again, that's another variable or metric that we look at in terms of trip generation. Household vehicle counts as well. We tracked 0 vehicle households all the way up to 3+ vehicle households and made sure that we had good representation there. As you can see, overall, we have good representation, an average of just under 2 vehicles per household. We also collected some information about each of the vehicles, the vehicle fleet. And as you can see there, the vast majority of the vehicles are powered by gas, and about 6% with either electric hybrid or plug-in electric. We also looked at another influencing metric in terms of travel behavior. We looked at household workers, and those numbers also matched the number of workers based on census ACS. Average number of workers per household, 1.1. One of the key, another metric is the household income. As we've seen in previous household travel surveys, higher income households generate more trips. The lower income households are more discretionary type trips, and which feeds into the travel demand models. But one of the things is lower income households, those that make, well, households that make less than $75,000 are typically underrepresented. Large households are underrepresented in households. So there's just some slight variation in there, but statistically insignificant in this regard. So I'll turn it over to Laura for the key travel behavior characteristics.
Thank you, Jesse, for sharing the items that indicate that we did achieve representativeness of the region for the most part across demographics. So we can infer that the travel behaviors are also representative of households in the region. Trip rates are, average trip rates are a key metric to be produced from household travel surveys. And for the region as a whole, it is, we see about 7.9 daily trips per household. That's across all household members. And then at the person level, we see about 3.4 trips per person on an average day. And this is household trip rates by income. The larger the income, the higher the trip rate we see. Typically that may mean a larger household or more workers within a household. So seeing additional trips there. We wanted to share the household trip rate and the person trip rate by county to see sort of inter-regional differences between how much trip generation is occurring within counties. We included a breakout line for Cleveland, for the city of Cleveland within Cuyahoga. So they're not incredibly different across counties. Portage and Summit counties were small population, small samples, just in the adjacent border regions. We also aggregated trips by time of day so that we can see how trips are distributed across the 24-hour period for a typical day. And this is somewhat aligns with what we have seen in other recent sort of during and post-COVID surveys, where we see less of a morning peak and higher midday and evening peaks. Typically would have seen an AM peak of travel to work and then a PM peak of travel home from work with other discretionary household trips. Here we see a majority of trips during midday and PM peak. For the travel mode distribution, we see about 85% of trips in the region being conducted either as a driver or a passenger in a single occupancy vehicle, with another 8% walking, and then several other modes of public transit, generally under 2%, just around, school bus, van, pool, 1% bike. And that's for 62,920 trips that were collected during the survey and then weighted up. For trip purpose distributions, we ask for every activity that anyone undertakes on their travel diary period, we ask what the purpose of that activity was. These have been binned a bit, so home is the most typical location, frequently visited location for any household. And that's home activities is sort of a generic blanket for activities at home. Work. And then the categories at the end, I just wanted to point out that categories social, recreational, and maintenance errands are derived from several trip activity purposes so that we could bend them together into something that made more sense as social recreational. So social recreational includes visiting family, visiting friends, community activities, exercise, dining out, running errands. Well, actually running errands is maintenance and errands. And then maintenance and errands would be going to a bank, doing other sort of household errands. So there's several different activities within those two categories that make sense why they would be. They're the majority of discretionary trips are fall into those two bins. And
just to illustrate the distance of trips, average distance of trips by county, we see that the partial Summit counties trips are some of the longest. Geauga's the actual longest, but just over 12 miles as an average trip distance. There is a slight difference between the city of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County households outside the city of Cleveland. However, if we're looking at margins of error, as these are weighted data, the margin of error on the city of Cleveland is 2, so statistically they're not significantly different. And then this is distance by mode. So we have the various travel modes and how long the average distance by each of the modes. So, a driver trip or a passenger trip is average of 8 miles, with the highest being a van or carpool as you would assume the onboarding to the offboarding is maybe different from home. And trip duration by mode, this is, instead of distance, this is how long each trip takes in minutes, with the longest trips being van or carpool, school bus, public transit, which is sort of assumed to be understood that public transit will take longer than personalized transit or personally owned vehicle transit. This is so the household transit survey was funded through the STBG and OCPG funds in the amount of 1.75 million. And the next steps will be that the survey results will be used for calibration and validation steps of the NOACA travel forecasting model and other planning activities. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Well, we appreciate the report, gang, and thanks for coming out. We'll go to Regional Metro Parks Trail Connectivity Study. Grace, go ahead.
So the Regional Metro Parks Connectivity Study is one of our first regional TLCIs. And I will turn it over to the consultant to go into detail about the project.
Good afternoon. I'm Matt Hills with OHM Advisors. Thanks for sticking it out for us. We'll make this as quick as we can. The study is a compilation of efforts over the past several decades of various studies across the 5-county region. And there was a great need for this study, however, because there really has not been a regional look at the entire bicycle network across the entire NOACA service area. So that was the intent here, was to pull all those previous planning efforts together and then to take a holistic look at it. And as you can see here, NOACA partnered with all 5 counties, Metro Park systems. This was over 2,000 square miles of study area. So there was a lot of ground to cover in a short period of time. So we organized the project team and then supporting teams to try to touch as many people and as many levels of government and municipal organizations as possible. The project was focused around 3 different goal categories of connectivity and access, making sure that we engage and include all modes of transportation for all reasons, and to reduce our environmental impact on our region. This was about a 14-month study and was broken down into 3 phases, starting out with the existing conditions, working through the initial development of the network, and then resulting in final recommendations and an implementation plan. So in a little bit more detail here, you can see diagrammatically that we started out by gathering loads of GIS data from a wide variety of sources, including NOACA, the different park districts, county organizations, and assembled all that and looked at the analysis of that data. Then we went into early network development through both qualitative and quantitative analysis, and then engaging with humans throughout the process, both general public and into county-specific organizations. After that, we moved into the final recommendations through scoring analyses and get to final recommendations and implementation strategies. Let's go into that a little bit more detail, but quickly. Early mapping here shows the existing conditions of trails that are already out there, plus planned facilities that met an LTS1 criteria level. After that, we went through a wide variety of existing conditions analyses, a few of which are shown here. Also engaged with the stakeholder groups and the general public. And then moving into the development of the network, developed criteria to evaluate different options. Those criteria were based on the project goals that you saw earlier on. Out of some of that early trail network development, we ran some trip potential analyses that showed what are the best opportunities for connecting people to parks, people to jobs, and connecting to other destinations as well. So this map here is a composite of those three different analyses. As you can see, the recurring theme throughout here is data analysis and then talking to people to make sure that we've got both sides of the equation for input into the final recommendations. Next step was to, again, focus on the goals to develop a series of scores for the proposed network in order to help us refine that early proposed network into the final recommendation. So that scoring is shown here. A lot of these analyses we ran both on the overall region basis that you see here, but then we also did it on a county by county basis so that higher populations would not skew the results of the overall region. This also was intended to make sure that applicants for funding could then take whichever data was more advantageous to them. Maybe it was a regional connection that they're trying to apply for funding for, or maybe it was a much more local facility that they're trying to drum up money for. And so that was our intent, was to try to provide as much useful data to them as possible. Out of this very detailed, in-depth process came recommendations that were prioritized down into the next 5-year projects as short-term, and then midterm would be the following 10 years, and then long-term would be from here out to 25 years and beyond. That overall compilation is shown here, and if I go back here, you can see what was interesting was here's where it shows how difficult it is to build trails and bike facilities, right? Over the next 5 years, all 5 counties individually came to the conclusion that a total of 26 miles can be built. Within the next 15 years, 146 could be built. But then the whole rest of the proposed network, that 924 miles, is going to take longer than that. So this is an interesting testament to the hard work that everybody's been putting into getting these trails built. On a county by county basis, we'll just breeze over this, but you can see that we did zero in on each county, worked with each county government planning commissions and Metro Park systems to zero in on what they knew were the priority projects for right here and now. And so in Cuyahoga County, there were about 5 of them. In Geauga, there were 3 of them. In Lake, they've been focusing on 2, actually 3 primary ones. Lorraine has about 4 of them, and Geauga County is really zeroed in on that one in the bottom right corner there. We also need to make sure that this was realistic and feasible, so we got into high-level cost estimating for each of these short-term recommendations. In order to figure out what that looked like, we first had to break down the different potential facility types and then assign a cost per lineal foot to each of those types. And so on the left, you can see all the different typologies that we defined. On the right are 3 examples of what those typologies might look like. And so here's an example of how we broke down those early short-term routes into the proposed facility types and then the associated costs. We all know that infrastructure isn't just built today and then takes care of itself for the rest of its life. It needs to be maintained. And that was what we heard from the public about existing trails out there now. And we all have to think about how is this infrastructure going to be maintained in the long run. So that was taken a look at. And then we also took a look at, through communication and a hierarchy of the overall network, how these trails should be prioritized for design and implementation, how operationally and maintenance they should be prioritized, and then how they will communicate to users how to use the network. Any questions?
Anything for Matt? All right, Matt, well, a lot of good work and appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out today. Thanks, Matt.
Yes, sir.
All right. The last thing is the Code of Regulations Revision Economic Development Subcommittee, and Grace queued up.
Code of Regulations needs to be updated to include the Economic Development Subcommittee, and that is because we have applied to be an economic development district, and this is one of several criteria that is necessary for that status. And I'll turn it over to Ronnie to go into the detail.
Thank you, Grace. No action is requested. This item is for information and discussion, and there's no prior action. As a background, the steering committee and working group was formed, and they developed the SEDS in 2020. The SEDS, which is a comprehensive economic development strategy document, was approved by the U.S. Economic Development Administration in March of 2023. The EDS, the Economic Development Subcommittee, was formed to implement and maintain the SEDS, and they started their process in September 2023. And in January of 2024, NOACA applied for designation as an economic development district. The EDA requires that NOACA's bylaws be amended to codify the Economic Development Subcommittee. Formal codification helps to secure economic development district status and access to additional funding and support for stakeholders. The EDS membership and functions will be added to Article 6, Section 6.5 under Policy Committee. The next step is per Article 9, an amendment to the Code of Regulations requires notice of such a meeting as this to the board, which we are here now. Action to be taken at the September board meeting this year. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Anybody have a question, Ronnie? All right, seeing none, need no motion there. Appreciate those presentations. We folks are running home here. We have questions. Any other reports today before?
No, just wanted to thank Liz Barlick, NOACA staff, for putting together today with LCC.
Yeah, agreed. And thanks to our hosts at LCC. A lot of work today from the staff generally going into today's meeting. So thank you all for your work. And I want to ask if there's any new business of any of the members of the board. All right, our staff. All right, is there any public comment we didn't pick up that we might have missed? All right. Well, with that, I will ask today on Friday, June 13th, does anybody have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Multiple motions in multiple seconds, I take it. All right, everybody have a good weekend. Thank you. It was a long meeting, but it was a lot of important stuff. Have a good weekend.